Well, first opened back in 1975. There's a look inside the iconic Superdome in downtown New Orleans. Here's the rookie from Arkansas, Cam Little, ready to get us started.
And we are underway from the Superdome.
And here comes a return from the middle of the end zone. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10. The first carry now. This is Alvin Kamara. To about the 35, second down.
I feel like I could see what he was thinking on that carry. Wanted to follow that big tackle through the hole. Ended up only getting 4 yards on the carry. I think he had designs on that one being bigger.
To the air is Rattler. So just 3 yards on the completion there. And that'll lead here to a third down.
I know it was a gain, but you have to sense probably a little bit of disappointment there, because when it's out there in open space, I think they expect to get more out of a play, don't you?
Especially when you're getting it to your guy out of the backfield. You're expecting him to be able to create something, be a little more shifty.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Good open field tackling held it to an okay game.
And he is going to have a Saints first down as they're able to get the third down conversion.
But when you hit him on the move like that, he's able to get into open field with a full head of steam. Oh, boy, it's going to be tough to get him down.
Yeah, there was a big window. They're lucky they did get him down. Now a first down carry. It's Kamara. Unable to corral him. He fights through. And he's going to get this one down to the edge of the red zone. A big chunk on the ground there, 27 yards. You were telling me this yesterday. That's exactly what they want to do on the opening drive, establish the ground game.
Yeah, remember our conversation we were talking about what one of the GMs in the league has told me repeatedly. It's a big man's game, and it's not necessarily size. He's talking about playing some big boy football. Line up, get leverage, knock people back, and establish the run early.
And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
I think he had to unload that one before he wanted to. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dentist there without a license, don't you?
Just not enough time for the play to develop. Just lucky it wasn't a fumble, really. And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively. And now it brings up third down. They'll throw. Here's Rattler. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
This defense has certainly played well so far in this game, and the coverage has been tight on just about every throw. Forced a few here so far in this game, and now it brings up fourth down.
And his kick is right there. It's good, and the Saints are going to take a 3-0 lead. Even though they didn't find the end zone, they have to be pretty pleased with how they moved the ball on the ground, because we know that that was one of their big goals in this game.
And that really goes through the entire offense, because when you're running the ball effectively, just about everyone's involved. It's not just the guy carrying the football. It's everyone blocking for him, both inside and on the perimeter.
Oh, a good-looking return set up here. And he nearly broke that for more, but as it is, still a good return. They'll start the drive right around the 37. Lawrence bringing the Jaguars up, 1st and 10 at their own 37. They'll try and start this drive in the air. Oh, his first throw of the game, going to be intercepted. Picked off by Will Harris. And the Saints are going to have the short field here as they'll take over right at the 50.
Oh, timing is everything on a route like this. He tried to drive that football into a tight spot. And if you're a little early or a little late, chances are there's going to be someone there. And sure enough, this one's going the other way.
And nothing doing. He's immediately taken down at the line of scrimmage. The clock running here, under a minute to go now in the first quarter of a 3-0 game. From the midfield stripe, they'll look to throw. Catch made, it's Moreau. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1.
Such a tough position to defend near the line, even when you add a second defender, but the big man shrugged off the extra body and made the play call a success.
From the shotgun, Rattler. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he is going to have a Saints first down, and he's going to have it by plenty. Able to get 8 yards there on 3rd and 2. 3-0 after 1 on EA Sports. So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. They'll pound it up the middle with Kamara. And he's going to get 7 out of this before being taken down at the 27. 2nd down and 3. Now Rattler. Caught by Wilson. First time that they called his number tonight, and it gets him a first down.
I think that's a big pickup for a first down because when you run a drag route against zone, you're sometimes asking for trouble because you might run into a defender.
Yeah, well, there they ran into a first down, executed it to perfection. And he'll take this inside the 20 and down to the 18. 2 yards on the pickup there. It'll be 2nd and 8.
Early down stuff to put this offense in a precarious position. We know that securing the point of attack, especially against the big-bodied guys in the middle of this D, has got to be priority 1.
Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
Well, the great coaches said football's really a simple game. Rush theirs, protect yours. And he's talking about those guys throwing the football. In this situation, the rush won, hitting the quarterback and forcing him into an incompletion.
8th play of the drive forthcoming, and they need 8 yards on 3rd down. Here's Rattler. And the catch made by Johnson. And he'll be taken down at the 2-yard line. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
It's all pretty simple sometimes, isn't it? Go where the defenders are not, and he does exactly that. Makes a nice catch to move the chains. Defense, got to find a better way of accounting for the shorter routes that are being run against them.
And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. Taking it in from 2 yards out, and they're able to add on to their advantage. I'm pretty sure that was a passing play, but he took off pretty quickly and ran with it.
Love his decisiveness on it because you're exactly right. He was supposed to go back in the pocket and survey the field and throw the football. But when that hole opened, he just said, forget it, let's go. And boy, did that work out well.
After the touchdown, here's Grupe to kick this one away. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. 1:57 to go in this first half on EA Sports. Jaguars come to the line to start their next drive. And they're in an early hole. The first drive, they threw the interception. That led to a touchdown, so decent-sized deficit early on.
It is, but I think you hit the key words, early on. So they have to decide, do we even need to change game plan, or do we just need to...
This is caught inside the 15. Touchdown, Jaguars. Brian Thomas, 74 yards. And the Jaguars are able to strike quickly here as they are in for 6. Extra point right down the middle. And that'll cut it to 3 at 10-7. Here's the Jaguar kick team now as they run up and send this one away. Looking up into the roof, and he muffs it. It's loose. And this will get out of bounds. No worries there, though. That still goes as a touchback. Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out looking to well, this is taken in. It's complete. And he's going to get this down to the 35-yard line. So that changes things a bit. Here's a 1st and 10 all the way down at the 35. Throwing is Rattler. Escaping the pressure right. He completes this into the hands of Miller. And they'll get this one to about the 20-yard line.
That's good for a Saints.
Rattler wants to throw it. Eluding the pressure right. And an off-balance throw there, and it's going to wind up incomplete.
Well, he certainly did a nice job improvising there, extending the play, hoping someone would come open downfield, but they never did.
To the air once more is Rattler. He finds his man Johnson. 9 yards, and that leaves him just short, so it'll be 3rd and less than a yard. Here's Kamara trying to run for it. And I don't think Kamara got there. Looks like they stopped him short. And they'll burn the timeout with 5 seconds left. A chance to try to add 3 points before heading to the locker room. And his kick is indeed good. And the lead stretches to 6 here. It's 13-7. So they're able to end that drive with 3 points in this one-possession ball game.
And ideally, you want to end every drive with points. Most quarterbacks would tell us end it with a kick, right? A PAT, that's number 1. Field goal you'll take. Punts, you really don't want to do that. In this case, they'll take the field goal and get prepared for the rest of the game.
So barring a touchback, this likely the final act of the half as the kick is away. And not wanting to risk anything here late in the half, we'll just take a knee and they'll bring the football out to the 25. The Jacksonville offense set to begin their next drive. And with Lawrence's arm, they may give him a shot to let this thing rip downfield. We'll see. Uncorks one for Davis. And incomplete on the deep ball. So we've hit intermission. It's halftime. This is the NFL, and it's a presentation of EA Sports. Welcome back. Charles and I settled into the booth, ready for quarter number 3. The Jaguars with work to do. They trail here as we are back underway on EA Sports. And no return forthcoming. It'll be a touchback. And the third quarter will start from the 30. Lawrence bringing the Jaguars up, 1st and 10. Right at the 30. And here's a Louisiana native from the town of Jennings. It's Travis Etienne. And he went nowhere. He'll lose yardage back to the 29. After the loss to start out, here's 2nd and 11. Play action. It's Lawrence. That's complete to Parker Washington. And they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. Now Lawrence to throw. Throwing over the middle, and it's incomplete.
I think he's got to be careful not to force anything into coverage right there. There weren't really any throwing lanes, but the best part for him, he's got 2nd and 3rd down to fall back on.
Lawrence. That's caught by his tight end, Evan Ingram. And this is going to be another 1st down as the tackle's made at the Saints' 43. A good gain of 14 there, and it moves the chains. So in Saints territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 43. Handoff running left is Etienne. And they're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage. Just no cutback lane to be found whatsoever. 2nd and 10. Lawrence will throw. A hit as he throws there, incomplete.
When defenses get to the quarterback that quickly, a lot of times it's called a jailbreak. It wasn't quite that fast, but fast enough that he had no time to look downfield and set himself to throw the ball. And as he tried to do that, he was hit, and it forced an incompletion.
They go play action with Lawrence. Flushed out right.
He throws it on the move, but can't connect as that falls incomplete.
Well, defensively, they haven't let him just sit in the pocket and get comfortable, and that's opposite a lot of game plans in today's NFL. Ordinarily, you're trying to keep the quarterback hemmed in. In this case, they brought the heat, and if he flushes out, they're fine with that, and they force another incompletion.
They're going on 4th down. Lawrence.
He's going to air this thing out deep for Thomas. And this is going to be intercepted. Picked off by Will Harris.
And the Saints are going to take possession here. It's a touchback, and they'll take over at the 20-yard line.
The Saints offense on the field ready to get their drive started.
And their defense just helped them out by getting the football back on the opening drive here in the second half. And now can the offense follow through with points on their first possession?
And that's a big one for them because after the work the defense has done, they've got a chance here to open up this lead.
At the 14-yard line.
From the gun, here's Rattler.
He'll let it fly for Austin. And that's going to be incomplete. Good effort there trying to take a shot, but it's 3rd down.
That's some good closing speed there defensively because that looked open for a minute. But that's great work with the ball in the air. Never gave up, converged on his man, and broke the play up.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. He's got a man, complete. And he takes it all the way down to the 44-yard line. A big-time play there for New Orleans. 42 yards.
There's the arm strength that we saw in college and during the scouting process. And really, it's not just the arm strength there, but the placement as well. To me, that was an excellent combination of arm talent and accuracy.
And he is going to lose yardage here. So after the loss of a yard, they'll look to push forward here on 2nd down and 11.
It's the loss of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 11 at the Jaguars' 45-yard line.
They're going to look to throw. This is caught inside the 15. And he will be taken down, but a big pickup there on what's going to be the final play of the 3rd quarter. It'll be 1st and goal when we come back. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL. Now a chance to make that big play really hurt. It's 1st and goal just outside the 5.
Here we go.
Rattler working out of the gun.
Under pressure now, and he's going to go down. Sacked back around the 8. It's 2nd and goal, back to the 8-yard line now.
At the 8-yard line.
They'll run out of the gun with Kamara. And forget about finding a lane. He barely had time to look up before he was planted in the backfield. That 2nd down play nets a -4. And now can they reverse the trend on 3rd and goal with the last 2 plays having gone backwards? They'll try to run it in. It's Kamara. And he'll find his way down inside the 10 to the 9-yard line. The Jaguars going to go ahead and use their first timeout. That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this. And this one is right through. And now it's a 2-score game at 9, 16-7. So that one, CD, going to make the road back a lot more difficult.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. You know they were praying on the other sideline for a miss because now, as you pointed out, a very difficult road. Down 2 scores. You don't just need a touchdown. You need a chain of events to go your way. You've got to score, somehow get the ball back, and score again. The odds of that happening, not great in your favor.
And we will not have a return. They'll bring this to the 30.
Jaguars come to the line to start their next drive.
And the complexion of this one has changed a fair amount. That last field goal made it a 2-score game, so they need to get points out of this drive relatively quickly.
This one complete to Christian Kirk. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down.
This defense has certainly had an outstanding second half, haven't they? I know they just gave up a first down there, and for the offense, they're hoping that that's something that they can jumpstart with and maybe start to move the ball a little bit better. But it's been tough sledding for them here the entire second half.
Being chased out left. Now he'll let it go on the run. Deep left side. It's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
And they're at the point of the ball game now where they've got to take some chances. They've got to put the ball in the air and just see what happens. But this defense knows that all too well.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Here's Lawrence.
He's going to let it fly. And it's intercepted at the goal line. Picked off by Will Harris.
And the Saints are going to get the football here as the ball will come out to the 20.
So it's Saints football as we get you reset. And the scoreboard on their side, they're just looking to melt away these final couple of minutes and put this one in the left-hand column. Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense.
We've got to have two hands on the football here as they run on first down.
And he ran right through one tackle as he fights forward for a gain of 7.
I know that every now and then we get in those meetings with coaches, and you almost want to roll your eyes when they talk about staying on schedule when they're moving the football. But would you say a 7-yard run is ahead of schedule?
Fourth quarter with the lead, you'd love that, don't you?
No doubt about it, because staying on schedule is trying to get 4 downs on first down. They did that, plus 3.
They'll set up to throw. He's going to fire one deep over the middle. And this one is incomplete.
Good clean play. No flags coming out of the pocket of the officials. Turns into an incompletion, and that should get them off the field with a 3-and-out.
Here comes the Saints punter now. And surprisingly, this is the first punt of the game for either team. This is brought in at the 21. A big kick that time, 52 yards. And the Jaguars go on offense, first down and 10.
They'll come up, 1st and 10 here. Lawrence.
Forced out to his left. And it's complete. He gets this one to Washington. And out of bounds on the other side of midfield at the 45.
2 timeouts remaining, but time is of the essence. Down 2 scores. It's 1st and 10. Here's Lawrence.
Completes it to Evan Ingram. And he takes this just a few yards shy of the red zone before going out. Working the sideline there. Good route, good catch. First down, and he gets out of bounds.
Now you have to like the play calling because you have to run some guys down the middle of the field to draw some of the defenders away. They can't just let them guard the sideline exclusively. That's how it's going to work. Sidelines and incompletions to use the clock.
And he'll head out of bounds inside the 10. Mark it down at the 9.
Just picking up yardage in bunches here these last few plays. They have moved right down the field, and just like that, they're going to be set up with a 1st and goal.
Back to throw. Lawrence. They'll get this out to the flat for ETN.
Now the Jags will use the second of their timeouts as they get it with just 19 seconds left on the clock.
That's now 4 completions in a row. A good bounce back following the interception last drive.
Certainly not letting it affect him, that's for sure. And we all know interceptions are going to happen. So the big trick, don't let it affect you going forward. Most of the good quarterbacks, they just tell the ball boy, get that one out of the rotation, give me a foot.
And this is intercepted, and that should do it. Picked off by Will Harris.
And the Saints
receipts with You can almost hear the noise coming from the nearby French Quarter. And they're being just as loud inside Caesars Superdome here in New Orleans. Here to begin this one is Cameron Dicker. And we're underway in Caesars Superdome. And this will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10.
Let's go.
Now a shotgun handoff to Miller. He's contained at the line for no gain. Stopped by Deion Henley. No gain there that time, and it's 2nd and 10.
Where one defender failed, well, his buddy was there to swarm to the ball and make that play just as it gets to the line of scrimmage.
2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Now Rattler. Oh, he put some heat on this deep ball, left side. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. His first target doesn't lead to his first catch. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long.
The defender's not going to be thrilled the catch was almost made on his watch, but more importantly, he breaks it up. Gives him a chance to do a little jawing after the play. Lets the other guy know he roughed him up and cost him that catch.
And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
This dude's just simply got a nose for the marker no matter how they get him the ball, Kate. Hand it to him, and he sniffs out that first down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
This is Alvin Kamara with it. And he fights his way forward to get this to the 45. Offense up to the line fast.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5.
Here's 2nd and 5. He's throwing deep to the left side. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Picked off by Christian Fulton.
They'll take over 1st and 10 at their own 11-yard line.
They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. First run of the game for J.K. Dobbins. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few. He got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
On 2nd down, here's Dobbins. And he's going to get across the 10 to the 12-yard line. 3 yards puts them back on the right track. Now they've got 3rd and 9.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
On 3rd down, Herbert. He's on the move. That one's cut along the left sideline. It goes as a gain of 19 yards. And it brings up an LA 1st down. Now an inside handoff to Dobbins. And he's able to manage a couple on that run. Offense in the hurry up here. Here's Dobbins again on 2nd down. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. They got 2 yards there. That leaves them with 3rd down and 5. They just get the play off. And that is how our 1st quarter will end as that pass falls incomplete. So 3-1 this game. More for you defensive maestros out there. Couple of zeros on the board right now. back to the Superdome of Caesar in just a bit. We're back and all set for the second quarter. Charger football. They've got fourth down, so we should see the punt team on to send it away. They're going for it. It's Herbert. Forced out to his right. On the run right, throwing deep down the side. So the defense rises to the challenge and gives the ball back to their offense.
Kate, I don't know what the punter did to hurt people's feelings because I think the reasoning was pretty clear. They were going to go for it. There was not going to be a punter that touched the field. Not an advisable mindset now as they turn it over in their end of the field.
Kamara now on 1st and 10. And he runs this one down across the 35 and inside the 30. Working quickly here. Give on second to Kamara. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That's a run that you'll take the result in the NFL every time. A nice play, a solid game, but it's also a run that you know and you may come back to. Because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive one, you'll really break the backs of a defense.
Throwing from the gun here. He misfired on that one. It's behind his man.
You need to buy your receivers enough time to get open along the route, and your quarterback enough time to find and hit them with the throw. When the line doesn't hold up, incompletions follow.
Catch made by Alvin Kamara. And he works this to the 15 before they make the stop. Moving quickly, trying to get set again.
It's a gain of 6. Makes it 3rd and 4.
Third down from the gun. And it's incomplete, and that's going to bring up 4th down.
Can't cover it much better than that. Really well covered, Kate, on that play. There just simply was not a window for him to sneak that throw in.
Nicotomni's kick is good. And that will get them on the board.
I never saw a play script that ended with a field goal. It was always a touchdown that you wanted. But that's 3 points, and it's enough to give them the lead.
Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Throwing now, Herbert. Short pass caught by his tight end. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. So we're at the 2-minute warning here from the Superdome. The Chargers driving. 1st and 10 from the 41. Straight ahead, here's Dobbins. And he only manages one. Couple of defenders there to bring him down. Chargers hurrying to the line as the seconds tick away. Here we go, 2nd and 9. Escapes out to the left. Now he's throwing deep down that side of the field.
Well covered on that play. Really not a large window for him to sneak that throw in.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Herbert now. Escapes the pocket. And he'll go down. The Saints make the play. Chargers hurrying to the line as the seconds tick away. On the play fake, it's Herbert. Flushed out of the pocket. He finds him beyond the marker. And they push this down to the opposing 47-yard line. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. So that's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Football on that 47-yard line, 1st down. Herbert now off the play fake. Bails out of the pocket quick. Throwing all the way to the end zone here. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. That throw doesn't lead to 6. So that brings up second down. Back to the air. Herbert getting out to his left. Caught along the left sideline, but he did not get both feet in. That's incomplete. Brings up third down.
Well, that throw just gets away from the quarterback a little bit, and he couldn't stay in the field to play. It's tough to blame him, though. He's got to leave the pocket, and he really had some tough circumstances to try and push that one down the field.
Third and long for him here. And that's a win for the pass rush. Hit as he threw it, leads to the incompletion. Fourth down coming up.
You know, so often we talk about speed offensively, right? We love receivers that can run. Well, that was a perfect example of how speed kills you defensively. A hurried throw almost ended an interception. And that wasn't until after they almost brought him down behind the line for a sack. Speed's the difference.
Now Herbert again. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play. And a surprising fourth down call does not yield a first. This doesn't get there. It's a turnover on downs. Football on that 47-yard line. First down. Rattler back to throw. He's going to push one deep down the left. Brought in inside the 20. And this play reaches the 12-yard line before the stop is made. It's a massive 35-yard pickup. First down. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. All set up now for 1st and 10. Rattler. Jump off caught by his back. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss. We have a timeout here. Second one taken by New Orleans. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. All right, here we go. Second down. Rattler to the air now. Defense is too much here. The Chargers drag him down. Now the offense going to take its third and final timeout. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half. So not an enviable spot here as they come up on third and very long. Looking to throw, Rattler. On the move, headed right. That's halftime of this contest. We'll join both teams in taking a short break. More of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Kate Scott, Brock Heward with you as we're about set to begin the third quarter. Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. Darius Davis to return it. The tackle's made, so this drive will begin at the 34-yard line.
Well, that's exactly the way you want to come out of the locker room to begin the second half. And really, Kate, this third phase of the game, the special teams, you just see the boost and the energy they can give to their team when they deliver a nice return to start this second half.
He's going deep. Couple defenders there, and they're going to intercept it. Alontae Taylor has it. And the Saints are going to have it again at the 26. And it doesn't matter who gets that ball to start the second half because he picks it off on the very first play.
I wonder at halftime, down there in that locker room on the whiteboard, if that defensive coaching staff just said simply, go get the ball. It's exactly what they do, and it totally changes the complexion of this second half.
Rattler setting to throw. Gets this to Johnson. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They get 22 on that one. And the Saints are going to have a first down.
You want to become a quarterback's best friend, do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
That's complete to Kamara. And he is hit hard shortly after that catch. Great job hanging on to that, but only a small gain on that play. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. Here's Rattler. He puts some power on a deep one left. Oh, and he can't follow through. He had the deep shot for a moment, Brock, but he bobbled it and drops it. No luck finding his receiver that time. So they're left facing 3rd and long. Throwing is Rattler. He's trying to go deep again. Well, they had the look, certainly didn't shy away from it, but couldn't connect. And now they're stuck facing 4th down.
Oh, that was such an opportunity lost. They were looking for a way out without giving up any points on the series. And instead, oh, he just couldn't quite hang on.
Back to throw it. He's trying another one deep. He's got it deep downfield. And he's able to get this down to the 13. What a time to rip off that type of gain, huh? Gets him the first on 4th down. From the red zone now. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. He'll throw it yet again. Rolling left, buying some time. And he'll score. Touchdown, New Orleans. The Saints push their lead further to start the half. Great play by the QB there, Brock. The play broke down. He didn't have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise. And in the end, turned out to be the best call he could have made.
It is such a necessary tool in today's NFL for that QB to put right in his tool belt, Kate. You know, in my day, you could be a blacksmith, right? You just do the job and stay in the pocket. Not anymore. You got to be an artist. And you got to be an artist that can create when things break down. And that's big time to get a touchdown out of it as well.
Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They go play action. Here's Herbert. Hits him on the out route. Rolling into enemy territory. It's a gain of 27 yards to move the chains.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains. There wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
They toss to Dobbins, running left. He's forward, gets a couple of yards. Play wrapped up by Demario Davis. He gets a couple on 1st, and they'll come up 2nd and 8. From the 42. This is reeled in by Joshua Palmer. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They pick up 20 yards there, and the Chargers will have a first. So we hit the end of the 3rd quarter. The Chargers have the ball, and they're going to need to score. They come in trailing. come up 1st and 10. Back to throw. Here's Herbert. And this throw's knocked away, incomplete.
Any DB prefers a highlight reel interception to just forcing an incomplete pass. As soon as he realized the pick wasn't possible on the play, he gets his hands on it and made sure it wasn't completed.
Flush down out to his left. This is brought in along the sideline. High degree of difficulty for a short gain.
Timing on routes change when you leave the pocket. It really does become, well, the schoolyard. And you got to scramble around. What a great adjustment to still deliver a clean ball.
And the Saints came marching home, and they dropped it. And the defense comes through to back them up ahead of 4th down. They snap it to Herbert. Brought in close to the 8. And they bring him down at the 7-yard line. What a play to beat the defense on 4th down. It's 23 yards and a first. Working inside the red zone. And that was probably their last gasp. It's intercepted. Kool-Aid McKinstry has the INT.
Well, that's it right there. That's the resilience and the mental toughness that every coach wants to see from his defense. Not a great spot for him. Backed up close enough that they're going to get shots taken in the end zone. But instead of collapsing under pressure, they rose up and they created the takeaway.
Throwing from his own end zone. Caught by the open man. The 50. 30. He's at the 10. He's all the way home. Touchdown. It's a building that's meant so much to the city of New Orleans and all of its residents over the years. And our coverage of the NFL has brought us to it, Caesars Superdome. Blake Grupe out and ready to send this away. And here we go from New Orleans. Starting from the 5. He's got a lane up past the 30. And he showed some burst on that return, getting them all the way to their own 40.
Special teams always play an important role in ball games, and it does right here from the jump. That's going to give the offense terrific field position for this opening drive.
And some great extra effort to keep that run going for a nice gain. Call it 9 yards. Looked like a first for a moment. It's 2nd and 1.
Hey, look, Kate, you can't just ask one tackler to go mano-a-mano and stop this guy. You got to have the cavalry coming. One guy makes a hit, the others are there to clean up and pile on, because one-on-one, he's going to run right through you.
Taking a shot, deep down the field it goes. This is caught inside the 15. It's a huge pickup on the play. And that will give them some serious momentum along with a first down.
Now, right there, that's what you want to see on your opening drive. Boom! Connect on a big shot, and instantly you set a tone that you're not going to be afraid to be aggressive in this game today. Boy, do I love that.
And the reverse call pays off. Some decent yardage before he's brought down.
Receivers running the ball, well, that's become commonplace in the NFL now, and that includes down here in the red zone. In close, a lot less space to work with. You really love your most elusive players to get their hands on the ball.
And they take him down, but there's a flag on the play. Pretty easy call to make. He lined up offsides, and now he gets a talking to from his coach. Offense to the line for 2nd down. They'll run here following the penalty. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
You know, when receivers have room to operate, that's a play that can totally gash a defense. But, Kate, when you get down here in the red zone, it becomes so much tougher because you have a whole lot less space. And, in fact, you'll see defenses swarm like that one just did.
And they will take this into the end zone for a Baltimore touchdown. The Ravens take a 6-0 lead on their opening drive. He finds one of his great receivers, Brock, and they are off to a great start to begin this ball game.
Yeah, it's such a positive offensively when you could go find not just a field goal, but a touchdown on that opening drive. And defensively, this starts to shake the foundation of your preparation and makes you wonder what's in store.
And that's brought in for 2, Brock. That's going to put him up 8-0. Well, evidently a touchdown wasn't enough for them. They further quiet this home crowd by adding the 2-point conversion.
You know what I love about this? I love it because coaches spend time all week saying we're going to be aggressive, we're going to go for it, but then you back it up with a decision like that. That's empowering your team in another team's building. What a start.
And it bounces out of the end zone, so they'll set up shop at the 30. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Now Rattler. Catch made by Alvin Kamara. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Offense up to the line fast.
That's good for the Saints.
Shotgun snap. They're going to throw. Taking a big shot for the end zone. And he can't hang on to it in the end zone. Not an interception, only an incompletion. So they get it back. 2nd down coming up. Handoff headed right. Kamara. And it's a nice game, but they needed just 1 more yard to move the chains. Offense in the hurry up here.
It's a gain of 6. Makes it 3rd and 4.
Rattler back to throw. Chased out to his right. Throw came out right as the defense got to him. That's an incomplete pass. Looking for his wide receiver there. And 4th and 4 coming up. Running back sent in motion. Here's the snap on 4th. Caught him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out! And no turnover. It's going to stay with the offense. And they stop him from advancing it further. Nice job rallying to it after some chaos there. A very eventful turnover on downs. 1st down. Here's Lamar. And oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. That's DeMario Davis. And And the Saints are tackled after a stellar return. Following the interception, they're going to take over at their 40.
That's so cool. He really did it all for him, didn't he? First he forced the turnover, and then he set them up in a better spot with a really nice return. Yeah, he had designs on doing the scoring for him, too. One more move, and he might have broken it for 6.
Trying to throw here out of the gun. He's on the move. And the first down pass sent away by a defender, incomplete.
That's just simply great positioning to swat the ball away. He stayed in a spot where he could disrupt the throw before the target could make a play on it.
They run it from the gun with Kamara. It'll be a quality gain on the run, and that also brings us to the end of this quarter.
With the score, Ravens 8.
We're back for the second quarter. Saints in possession of the football. They start out with a 3rd and 6. They stay on the ground with Kamara. Gets the first inside the 45. An excellent gain, 20 yards there, and that's going to move the sticks.
Those outside runs so critical for running back, quarterback, O-line to hit their targets. They got a target area to expose that defense and make the most of it, and that offense just put on display some teaching tape for it.
He gets it to Juwan Johnson. And he takes it across the 30 before heading out.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on first down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for second down. And the 3rd and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
Working quickly here. To the air, 3rd and long. And it's incomplete, and that's going to bring up 4th down.
Just something off in the rhythm of their passing game on that one. Time to recalibrate and keep throwing it to get back into rhythm.
And this isn't going to do it. The kick is no good. And they continue to trail by 8.
Gosh, it didn't look like anything was wrong with that snap or hold either. He just rushed it a bit, and it winds up off the mark.
The Ravens in a very good field position as they come up 1st and 10. Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. Throwing on the run, deep down the middle. And they don't connect looking deep there, but this play's not quite over yet. There's a flag on the field. So things getting a bit tougher following that penalty. We've got 2nd and 15. Lamar back to throw. Buys time, rolling right. Gets this to Bateman. The big play nets him 17 yards. And that'll be 1st down, Baltimore. Play fake, Jackson. This is caught by Isaiah Likely. And that play is brought to a halt, they're going to say, at the 5-yard line. Back-to-back big plays have them all set up. 1st and goal here. Pressure coming. It's Jackson. This time they're going to get there, and they drop it. And the pressure drives them backwards.
You know what I call that, Kate? Punch, and you took a punch, but then you countered right back. You give up a big play, massive play, but you don't hang your head. You come right back, you get a sack of your own, and you change the momentum as quickly as you can.
2nd and goal, back to all the way up to the 14 here. Another try following the sack. Forced out to his right. And he's going to score. Touchdown, Baltimore. The Ravens grow their lead just before halftime. Mark Andrews with the touchdown. When you reach the status that he has around the league, Brock, well, we all at this point expect him to be making plays like this when he's targeted down near the end zone.
Yeah, I think the best thing I can say about this dude is he makes it look easy a lot of the time. And this game, trust me, is never easy. It speaks to how well he plays this position.
That one right down the middle. And the Ravens lead by 15 now. Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30.
Here we go, set, and cycle.
Looking to throw, Rattler. Oh, he put some heat on this deep. Big gain downfield. And he works this to the 38 before going down. Down inside the 40 now with a first down following that last play. Rattler to the air now. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And he pushes this down to the 22-yard line. The Saints calling for a timeout, so they're first. Up to the line, and they're set. First and 10.
First and 10 at the 22-yard line.
Throwing is Rattler. The throw is caught. And he's out of bounds at the 3. Oh, nearly got to the end zone there. This offense in position now. It's first and goal. From the red zone now. That one's incomplete in the end zone. Thought he had a touchdown there. It's second and goal. Rattler escapes the pocket. And the defender comes away with it. Nate Wiggins has got it. And he's tackled with markers down. This one should be on the defense. So the interception's going to be remembered by the fans here, partner, but not by the official score. The interference call takes that away. Running it after the penalty. Has the New Orleans touchdown. The Saints could make it a one-score game as they cut it to 9 before half. Well, great work there, Brock. They weathered the storm, and now they've gotten themselves right back into this ball game.
Anybody who's played this game has been here before. The game doesn't start the way you want. You're in a big hole, and all you can do is climb out of it. And the words of Pete Carroll resonate. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
That one splits the uprights. And the Saints get it back to within one score. Time left for maybe a return plus a play here as they send this away. Chooses to bring this one out. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. Probably looking at our final snap of the half here on first down. He'll throw it. Buying some time right. Now here he goes. We've reached the midway point of this contest. 2 quarters down and an exciting 2 to go. The NFL on EA Sports returns after this. Well, that first half, certainly an interesting one. Kate Scott, Brock Huard with you as we get back and see what the second half has in store for us. Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. And we'll have to wait at least a few moments longer for an exciting start to this second half. We've got a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30. Here's Rattler. And that's incomplete, but he might have done a little too much to cause that. Flag comes out, and this could be interference. New set of downs for him at the 38.
Here we go.
Rattler setting to throw. He's throwing deep to the left side. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Here's a throw. On the move, headed right. Got to him right as he threw it, and it falls to the ground. Not on the same page with his tight end. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long. Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. Into a ton of traffic, and this one's intercepted. Brandon Stevens has it.
You can see it right off the snap. They got a really good read on where that was designed to go. Having that extra defensive back, that nickel coverage, so critical on that interception. Give that defensive coordinator some credit. Had the right plan, the right personnel. These guys on the field made the right play.
The Ravens in a very good field position as they come up 1st and 10. Lamar now from the gun. Hits his tight end on a corner route. And they bring him down after the play reaches the 26. They're now set for 1st and 10. From the gun, a run for Henry. Nice run across the 15. And he's finally taken down at the 3. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets him up with 1st and goal. Aguilar, the receiver, in motion right. Touchdown, Baltimore! Now in a close game, they needed somebody to make that type of play. Now it pushes their lead to a couple of scores and makes a comeback that much more difficult.
You know, Kate, their offense did its part and padded the lead. Now it's up to this defense to make this 2-score lead hold up and carry it across the finish line.
Another 2-point try coming for the Ravens.
The Ravens will line up for the 2-point conversion.
Jackson throwing for it. And the conversion is no good as that pass falls incomplete.
Well, maybe some second guessing of that play after the miss. I think it was just an instant of the defense guessing the call correctly and right on the spot.
Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. And the kickoff is into and then out of the end zone. Touchback. This drive starting from the 30. They're out and set. 1st and 10. Interception last drive doesn't deter them. They're going right back to the air. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. After the sack, another pass on 2nd down. He fires one deep down the middle. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
Well, that was almost one of those nice chunk plays you like to see in the NFL, Kate, before he was able to recover and provide the hit and ultimately dislodge the football. You like to see that physical edge and scrappiness to contest any kind of shot plays down the field.
Here he is on 3rd and long. Made the throw as he was getting hit, Brock, and it's incomplete. This one misses the tight end. So that brings up 4th and long.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
They're going for this. They can't connect as the coverage comes through. The 4th down stand.
Hey, I am all for aggression. You get 4 downs, go for it. But I do have to wonder here, Kate, after being denied once again. Is there going to be a trust level on that sidelines to go for it the next time they get this shot?
Out of the gun, Henry. And he will carry this across for the Baltimore touchdown. The Ravens make it a 3-possession game. Derrick Henry, the touchdown. Well, he found himself some space to work, and from there, all athleticism as he made his way in for 6.
You know, you run the ball down in the red zone, Kate, you're not always thinking touchdowns, right? Space is so hard to come by. But you're exactly right. His athleticism, his explosion, his speed, it puts 6 on the board for the offense.
Ravens gonna give it another go, trying for 2. He's throwing for it. Chased out to his right. And he's got it. They get the conversion, and that's gonna extend their lead. That's the 3rd time they've gone for 2, and now their 2nd conversion, so they've done pretty well in that spot today, partner.
Oh, come on, Kate. You know better than that. Even though they're 2 for 3, you know what every old salty coach is going to say.
You should have gotten all 3 of them.
Bingo! Any team that's willing to go for it expects to find success every single time.
That was my old coach. I thought it was pretty good. Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. And no return as this bounces through the end zone for a touchback. 1st and 10 now from the 30.
52 blaster. Let's go.
Throwing now from the gun. Throw came out right as the defense got to him. That's an incomplete pass. Trying to find his tight end. And now they face 2nd down. Now Rattler. He puts some power on a deep one left. They connect on the deep shot. And he's able to get this to the 32 before going down. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Rattler back to throw. Throwing deep for the end zone. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete.
That was almost a nice chunk play before he was able to recover and provide the hit that dislodges the football. You like to see that physical edge and scrappiness to contest any kind of shot plays deep.
2nd and 10 now. He sends this one to the end zone. Oh, no touchdown. It's intercepted. Nate Wiggins has got it. And the Ravens will be set up at the 20-yard line following that interception.
From a city that has hosted 10 Super Bowls, here's a look inside the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. Here's the former Illini kicker, Chase McLaughlin, to get us started.
And we are underway from the Superdome. Oh, a dangerous return man showing it here.
And they'll have very good starting field position as he's up just shy of the 40.
So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10.
Watch out now. 50. Black shot. Strike 2. Ready?
Here's Rattler.
That's complete to Moreau, the tight end. And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped. A good pickup there at 22.
What a start here to the ball game. You get the good kick return, followed by a quick first down through the air. If this defense isn't careful, they might be looking at a deficit before they know what hit them.
So again from the 39, this time from the other side of the field. Here's 1st and 10.
10. 6. 7. Cut.
Off the play fake, it's Rattler.
His throw incomplete.
In today's NFL, these big guys are featured receivers. They move all over the place to try and find good matchups, and they had one. They were just unable to complete the pass.
Now a 2nd and 10.
10 cycles. Here we go. Set. Cut.
They'll run it for the first time with Alvin Kamara. And he'll get 4 here down to the 35-yard line. They need to get to the 29 if they want to pick up a first here on 3rd down.
Yeah, looks like they'll move things around here. Play action. Now Rattler. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And this is going to lead to another first down as the tackle's made at the Bucs 17-yard line. 18 yards, a big pickup there on 3rd down.
Another nice play there. They've gotten down into the red zone in no time at all. That's what this offense can do when they get on a roll. And now they're set up with a 1st and 10.
Set. Ready. Ready.
Now a first down carry. It's Kamara. And all the way down inside the 5 to the 4. And now the Bucs deciding to take a timeout defensively. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this first quarter.
A terrific opening drive has them knocking on the door. 1st and goal.
Down. Set.
Throwing is Rattler.
And he'll take it into the end zone for the Saints touchdown. Taysom Hill from 4 yards out. And the Saints will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon. Walking into the stadium, we saw a ton of people donning the jerseys of this rookie quarterback, so you know they love that opening drive, and he throws a touchdown pass.
You get a little bit of confirmation about what they had hoped, right? Because they thought they had a quarterback. They're thinking they have a quarterback. You do this, they believe they've got a quarterback. Look up, elbowing each other up in the stands. That's our guy.
After the touchdown, here's Grupe to kick this one away.
And he is out of bounds here on the return.
The Bucs take over first and 10 at their own 30-yard line.
Now Mayfield and the Bucs come up on 1st and 10.
Right at the 30. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. That is incomplete.
And there's a good opportunity to just run a ride there. A drop pass. I guess that's why they call them running backs and not catching backs.
Mayfield. Throwing middle, but it's incomplete.
But we keep stats on everything, don't we? This is one that you don't want to have. That's his second drop right here in the first quarter.
I was going to say only in the first quarter. Certainly a ship that he wants to right quickly. Mayfield from the gun on 3rd down. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
That was their first 3rd down try of the game, and clearly something was off in the execution of that play. Good news, they've got a whole game left to clean that up and start clicking on those key 3rd down throws.
Fourth down, Mayfield. That is caught. And they will touch him down, but not before he gets the first.
A gain of 14, and the Buccaneers first down.
Going to the air again with Mayfield.
He'll get this complete to the rookie from Washington.
Powering his way forward. And he's into the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown. A great play there. 56 yards.
And the Bucs respond to that opening drive touchdown with one of their own.
Great corner route there. Not only able to catch it, turn it upfield, and get into the end zone.
It usually involves a little bit of an extra move, doesn't it? You've got to get them thinking that you're moving to the middle of the field and you're breaking away to that corner. Boy, that was well executed.
And now they'll empty the backfield here as they elect to go for 2.
The Bucs will set up for the 2-point conversion.
Mayfield going to try to throw for the 2. And it's caught. He's got it. So they go for 2. They convert, and along with it, they'll take an 8-7 lead. Following the touchdown, here's McLaughlin to kick off.
And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26.
The Saints offense on the field, ready to get their drive started. And they'll just simply be looking to build off the confidence of the last time out where they scored a touchdown.
And confidence is powerful, isn't it? When you've scored once, you feel like you can go back out there and get it done again. Doesn't matter what the defense throws at them. They feel like they're in a groove right now, and they want to get out there and show it.
Yeah, hoping to stay in that groove here this go-around. Now this one from about 2 counties over after the sack. They come up on a 2nd and very long.
Rattler wants to throw it. To the right side and intercepted.
Room here to run. And they're going to be set up in the red zone right around the 17-yard line. So a big chunk of yardage will be marked off there for that PI call.
And now you know why receivers and the guys throwing the ball, They like to collaborate and just heave it up sometimes because you can get these types of calls that go against the defense. Pass interference, and they gain over 30 yards of real estate on that one.
And this turns into a nice gain with a slide at the end. Now Rattler. Got a man complete to Cedric Wilson. And he's finally taken down, and it's a big gain there on what will turn out to be the final play of this first quarter. A tight one, 8-7 our score after one on EA Sports. Ready for the second quarter from New Orleans. It's the Saints in possession as they go to work on a 1st and goal. To the air is Rattler. Under pressure, down he goes. Sacked at the 10. The Bucs going to go ahead and use the second of their timeouts.
So as they talk it over, we step aside. They'll throw. Here's Rattler. Just keeping the play alive. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete. The pressure really ratcheting up. They get the sack on 1st down, then a near sack. They got to him there just as it was leaving his hand.
Yeah, they might need to change their pass protection scheme a little bit. Maybe bring another guy into the backfield to help protect the quarterback, because that was awfully close.
Here's Miller. And he's not going to get anywhere close to the marker as they'll stop him well short of the yellow line. The Bucs forced to use their 3rd and final timeout. So as they talk it over, we step aside. And his kick is good. And they stake claim to the lead here. It's 10-8. Well, they got the turnover and were able to drive it down, Charles, but ultimately in the end, the defense holds up, and they only come away with the 3 points.
Yeah, they gave up a lot of ground, but when they had to, they settled in and prevented the interception from leading to 6 points. Because you never want to see turnovers turn into any type of points against you. But better to give up 3 than 6.
The Tampa offense ready to get their drive started. Now Mayfield. And that throw behind his man. He missed it. Incomplete. Here's 2nd and 10. Mayfield to throw it. Toward the center of the field, but it's incomplete.
Well, they approached this drive with a lot of confidence after their last one ended up as a touchdown. But incompletions on their first 2 throws has them huddling up and trying to figure out a big play here on 3rd down to get their momentum going again.
Mayfield on play action. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. That goes for a gain of 31.
Despite writing it down on my notes, I never give enough credit to the offensive line, and we have to here. The protection, that's what made this play a success. Quarterback had to wait for his crossing route to develop, and that takes a little bit of extra time. Excellent job by the big fellas up front.
Mayfield now. And there's a short one taken in by Otten. So give him 2 yards there on the completion, and it'll be 2nd down.
at the 36-yard line.
Play fake. Mayfield. Flush to his right. And we've hit the 2-minute mark in this first half of action. And that'll fall incomplete. He was hit just as he let that go. And now it's third down. Mayfield with it once more. He's got his target. That's complete. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. A great effort there. 2 catches, 2 touchdowns here so far. And the Bucs have regained the lead. Only the 2 catches for him thus far, CD, but both of them have resulted in touchdowns.
And I think he's on the bench right now, Brandon, smiling at his position coach and telling him, all those times you talked to us about efficiency, I'm living it right now.
Chase McLaughlin on for the extra point. It's up and good, and the lead moves to 15-10.
Next to score, Buccaneers 15, Saints 10.
Following the touchdown, here's McLaughlin to kick off. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense. Their drive last time, it stalled out. They were forced to take the short field goal.
And the key phrase, you nailed it. Forced to, because you know coaches look at these short field goals as a last resort.
And got his man complete. And they'll get this well past midfield before being stopped just before the 35. Now contact up front as penalty markers come in. Who is this against? And that'll be a free 5 yards for the offense.
Just like a tennis match, that's just an unforced error. Stay alert, don't jump early, and give them free yardage.
They'll set up a throw. Escaping the pressure right. He finds Austin complete. And he'll be out of bounds, able to get it down to the 25 there. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down. From the shotgun, he'll look to throw. Dancing to his left. Give him a couple on the scramble. It's second down.
Brandon, once that one broke down, there were only so many options left for him to take. Fortunately, only first down, so he smartly got the yardage he could get and didn't worry about trying to turn it into a bigger play and end up taking a bigger loss. Here, they hope they can regroup and get something different going here on second down.
Steps away to his left. He is taken down at the 21 after a short gain of 2. The Saints going to call the first of their timeouts as they get it right at the 32nd mark of this first half. Rattler from the gun, third down. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. Foster Moreau from 21 yards away. And the Saints will take the lead here in the final minute of the first half. Here's Groupie for the PAT. It's good, and the lead moves now to 2. It's 17-15. After the touchdown, here's Grupe to kick this one away. And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. The Bucs offense set to begin their next possession. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
On the throw led him too much that time. It's incomplete. So another incompletion there. He's hitting on fewer than half his pass attempts in this one, and that is not a winning formula.
Yes, let's make sure we give a little bit of credit to the defense here. They're giving him a lot to think about, a lot of different looks, and he seems a little bit confused trying to complete passes.
Oh, and that is incomplete.
They have to like what they've done defensively here at the outset of this drive. They forced a couple of incomplete passes, bring up a 3rd and 10. Don't be surprised to bring a little pressure on this snap.
Airing this one out for Evans. And unable to connect. Incomplete. Now give them credit. They took their shot, but it's going to bring up 4th down. Here comes the Buccaneers punter now, as he's on to punt for the first time this afternoon. And that'll do it for the end of the second quarter. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Welcome back. Halftime over. We are ready for quarter number 3. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. This still anyone's contest. A 2-point game as we get back underway on EA Sports. And this will not be a good return. He's out of bounds at the 12. The Tampa offense ready to get their drive started. Well, Charles, in that first half, we saw a fair amount of offense on both sides of the football, and now the team trailing here will start with it in the third quarter.
And we both know this coach pretty darn well, don't we? Because his game planning is always on point. And now that he's getting the ball to start the second half, how about all the offense that you already referenced in the first half? He'll put that all together and come out with something really strong, I believe, to get things going here in the third quarter.
There he goes, left side. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Sean Tucker, 82 yards. And the Buccaneers come right out of the locker room and score here in the opening minute of the third quarter. And with his speed, if he just finds the slightest crease, he can take it the distance like he did there.
How about the leverage up front? Offensive line out leveraging the defensive front to create that space, that crease that he was looking for. And once he hits open field, he's going to be very difficult to catch and corral.
And now they'll empty the backfield here as they elect to go for 2. They'll try and throw for it. And this one incomplete. So they wait for the 2. They don't get it. Following the touchdown, here's McLaughlin to kick off. And good starting field position. He'll get this one all the way up to about the 35-yard line. The Saints offense on the field ready to get their drive started. And, Charles, it feels like we're set up for a good second half here. Came out of the locker room, 1-score game. Now the lead has already changed hands. Well, this offense, they've got an opportunity right now to take that lead right back.
Yeah, and it feels like you're going back and forth, almost a little bit like a tennis match, right? And we're just, our heads just keep moving. Which side has it? Which side's going to score? How are they going to go out doing it? A little bit of a challenge for each side, trying to match each other.
Here's Rattler. There's a short one to the tight end, Johnson. And he's brought down, but not before he reaches the 8-yard line. Try to pound it in, Kamara. And he'll barrel his way into the end zone for a Saint touchdown. Alvin Kamara, an 8-yard touchdown run.
And the Saints have retaken a third-quarter lead. A point after, good by Grupe.
And that gives them a 3-point lead.
After the touchdown, here's Grupe to kick this one away.
And he's going to be out of bounds on the return. Not a great return. They'll start back around the 17. The Bucs offense set to begin their next possession. They'll start on the ground here on first down. And he's taken down, but not before he gets this across the 25-yard line. Right back to him on first down. A short gain here, maybe a yard to the 29.
Here's a 2nd and 9 now from the 29. On the ground, it's Tucker.
And room to run as he's up past the 35-yard line.
107 yards for him on the ground now as he has been terrific here this afternoon. They run. It's Tucker.
Yeah, he appears to be about 2 feet short on 3rd and 3. Leaves him with a 4th and 1. And as they come to the line, they will not be able to get off another play as time has run out on this third quarter. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. One score down. Here we go. They're going to go for it here on 4th down. Desperation time. Mayfield on 4th down.
They're looking for Godwin, but it's intercepted. Picked off by Alontae Taylor. And the Saints will take
you trash.
possession here up at the
That throw, Charles, over the middle of the field, and a few too many bodies in there got picked.
That's a normal situation, too, isn't it? No matter how hard you try and spread the field sometimes, there's always going to be a traffic jam, it feels like, towards the middle. And if there's any type of a missed throw or maybe...
And look at this. They get the turnover they needed. It's intercepted.
picked off by Jamel Dean. And the Buccaneers are right back in this football game.
Well, holding on to the lead at this stage in the second half. Those are the type you really want to try and stay away from.
And when you're a rookie, keeping your focus is something that you still have to work on all the time because there's so many distractions around you between the crowd noise and your coaches and your teammates. But the other part, you've got to learn how to finish. The 2 F's for a rookie quarterback.
And he'll work this forward for about 3 and second down. They go play action. Mayfield. And the Saints press.
You trash.
Brought down for a sack. Now the Bucs going to use the first of their timeouts. That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this. Possibly a turning point. Big play coming. This is 3rd and long. Mayfield looks to throw. Into a double team, and it's intercepted.
Give me that now.
The Saints will have solid field position here as they take over at their 45-yard line.
The Saints take over first and 10 at their own 45-yard line.
Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense. Another important fourth quarter series coming up. That last INT helping to maintain their slim advantage. And incomplete, a drop there in the middle third of the field. That'll bring up second down.
After watching him drop that slant, I can hear my old coach's voice ringing in my ears right now. You can't run with the ball until you catch it. Trying to get those rack yards before he secured it.
Trying to run down some clock with Kamara. And he's able to get across midfield and down into Buccaneer territory. The Bucs going to go ahead and use the second of their timeouts. And as the two teams talk it over on their respective sidelines, we take a break.
Here we go.
Throwing is Rattler. Escapes the defender. And he's taken down inside the 30. Able to make something out of nothing there. 17 yards and a first down.
Now that's a killer because you think you get it absolutely covered, and then he hot puts it out of there and picks up a first down. Drives you crazy as a defense.
Looks like you're exactly right. Looked like a for sure stop on third, and then the tables turn. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8, 2nd and 2. And now here comes the third of their timeouts defensively. So they'll be left with only the 2-minute warning to stop it from here on out. Now they'll switch it up here and look to throw. Eluding the pressure right. And he's going to have a gain of 11 to the 11 before he's brought down. 1st and 10. Three points separating these two sides with 2 minutes left to go in the fourth. And not totally home free yet, but it's looking good as they come up 1st and 10. They'll pound it up the middle with Kamara. And he'll take this one inside the 10 down to the 8. Just not a whole lot of room to operate there on that carry.
No, not at all. They did a really nice job staying in their proper places and not allowing any lanes to open up.
Have to imagine this will be on the ground as well as they come up 2nd and 7.
Opposite. Green. Ready?
He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball.
Get off of me, man.
Zone for the Saints touchdown. Alvin Kamara, his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. And this
From a city that's played host to 10 Super Bowls, here's a look inside the Superdome in New Orleans.
Greg Zuerlein now. He'll handle the honors to get us started. And we are underway from the Superdome. And a very solid return out across the 45-yard line before going out of bounds.
Well, as they say, if you drew it up, you couldn't have drawn it a whole lot better. That's exactly how you want to start the game. Excellent momentum off the opening kickoff.
Right away, they'll change the look.
A first carry now. This is Alvin Kamara. And he'll be out of bounds just shy of the 40. Just like that, it's a gain of 12 and a first down on their first play. So much for staying ahead of the chains with a 3 or 4 yard gain on first down. They move the chains with a nice little run.
Yeah, they're making the chain gang hustle a little bit to try and keep up, aren't they? Because a lot of the first series of games are scripted, many times to probe and find some holes in the defense. Sometimes you attack with some big-time runs, too.
From the 37, they work on 2nd and 6.
A gain of 4. It's now 2nd and 6.
He'll drop to throw.
Austin brings in the quick throw.
And he's brought down, but not before he reaches the 8-yard line. That one nearly 30 yards, 29 officially.
Quarterbacks love slant routes because the receivers are breaking right into their line of vision, and receivers love them as well because they're getting the ball on the move and able to catch it and try and get upfield and gain additional yardage.
Kamara up the middle. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans.
Alvin Kamara,
an 8-yard touchdown run.
And the Saints put the Knights' first points on the board as they take the early lead. Blake Grupe now for the extra point.
And it's good as the Saints have a 7-0 lead.
After the touchdown, here's Grupe to kick this one away. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. Rodgers and the Jets now with a 1st and 10
at their own 24.
First carry for the Iowa State man, Breece Hall.
And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up.
So from the 26-yard line, here's 2nd down and 8. Here's Hall again.
And he's upended at the 33, following a good pickup of 8.
That's a really nice job by them picking up the run blitz and detecting it and blocking it and turning it into a nice run. And a lot of times you think if you blitz a running play, you're going to smother it. But a lot of the blitzers, they come in a little bit high. They don't have great leverage, and they're easily blocked and turned to the side.
Tough sledding. They lose a yard there on 3rd. Oh, a big decision here early. Look at this. They're going to go for it on their own side of the field. They're indeed going for it as they look to throw.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Give them credit. They knew what they wanted to dial up on 4th. They executed it for 9 yards, and the offense stays out there.
On 1st and 10, it's Hall.
And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there. Demario Davis there on the stop. Rodgers going to throw. And that one is incomplete. And it also concludes quarter number one. After one, 7-0 on EA Sports. Here comes the 7th play now of this drive as this is 3rd and 10. Rodgers now to throw. That is caught. And he is going to have a Jets first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. So in Saints territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 48-yard line. Back to the ground with Hall. And the running lane's non-existent in this first half as they'll stop him behind the line. Credit Brian Brzee in there to greet him and drop him for a loss. Hall again on 2nd down. And he'll go down shy of the 40 at the 41. They'll wind up getting 10 back as that sets them up for 3rd down. They'll come to the line needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. They'll run with Hall. And he's going to have the first down at about the 38. A 3rd down gain of 3 yards, and that'll be enough. So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. Straight ahead is Hall. And he'll follow his blockers there all the way down to the 23-yard line. 1:58 left to play till we hit halftime. Hall again. And a short gain here down to the 22. Credit him with a 1-yard gain there to make it 2nd and 9. Here's Rodgers to throw. Caught by Wilson. And he's going to take it in for a Jets touchdown. Garrett Wilson, a 22-yard touchdown grab. And the Jets are an extra point away now from tying this ball game. Now Greg Zuerlein on for the extra point. It's up and good, and we're tied at 7 here in quarter number 2. Each team's had it. Each team has scored. 7-7 here as the kick's away. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The Saints offense on the field ready to get their drive started. Tie ball game, still a little more than a minute to go in the half. The question, can they put something together here, try to take that lead into intermission?
I would have to think that would be the goal for sure. I don't think you sit on anything here. Here's your opportunity. Push it downfield. As you mentioned, it's a tie game. So minus a disaster on your part, you've got that in your back pocket. Go ahead and try and get some points and feel great going into the half.
And he'll get it out near the 40 to the 39. Here's 3rd and a few inches. Here's Kamara trying to run for it. And good vision there as he's across midfield and down to the 45-yard line. 40 yards rushing for him now, and he's only carried the ball 4 times. The Saints going to call the first of their timeouts as it'll come with 36 ticks to go in half number 1. To the air is Rattler. Open man downfield is Johnson. He's going to go out of bounds, but he takes this one down just shy of the 20. Call that a very strong gain of 24.
I know sometimes we can get fooled when we watch him make catches, as we just saw him do there, because he really looks like a wide receiver the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, 230, 240 range.
Yeah, not super huge. Maybe not counted on to be.
He's going to be sacked back at the 23-yard line.
Now we'll get a quick timeout called by New Orleans, number 2.
So as they talk it over, we step aside.
The sack cost him only a yard. It's 2nd and 11.
Rattler wants to throw it.
They'll set up the screen now to Kamara. And they'll bring him down at the 13-yard line. Now the Saints will use their 3rd and final timeout as they stop it with 19 seconds to go in half number 1.
From the gun, here's Rattler.
Puts it on the carpet, it's out, and it's scooped up by the Jets.
Hey, we can push ball security all we want here, but how about that effort on defense? Excellent job inside the red zone. Just took away at least 3 points by forcing that fumble.
Jets offense coming up now to start their next drive. And they'll start from their own 5, so you'd have to imagine they'll stay conservative.
And they'll indeed start on the ground to run that clock. And defensively, they're just looking to keep him contained as they're able to get him down. Now a timeout taken. Perhaps a chance for one more quick play and then another timeout if they hurry. We'll see. Now Rodgers.
Outright, he's got Ruckert.
And way up past the 35 before he's taken down. That's it for the first half. 2 more quarters to go. We'll have plenty more to see after the break. And we welcome you back now. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin, getting set for quarter number 3 here. Set and ready to go for the second half. 1 touchdown apiece, 7-7 our score. Well, now how about this return?
And a pretty slick return there. Almost got it to the 45. Officially, they'll call it down at the 44.
In a tie game that's going back and forth, oftentimes teams get really conservative because they don't want to make a mistake. But after that return, I think the offense coordinator just took a deep sigh of relief and said, okay, I can open up my playbook now. Let's see if he attacks.
Second half starts with a run by Hall. And a lane slow and materializing there as he'll get maybe a yard up to the 45. Now 2nd and 9. They'll go again with Hall.
And he's going to take this across the 50 and into Saints territory.
2 yards still to go. 3rd down now. Running left, it's Hall.
Well, they hit him in the backfield, and he will not escape. And that is not going to get it done. A loss of a yard, and it brings up 4th.
That's a really alert defense there because they saw the heavy look come in from the offense, countered it with extra linebackers who brought a little bit of speed and heft, and able to really make a big-time play for their defense.
Able to find the open man. That's complete.
And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25.
Hall want to give up the middle.
And he will lose yardage and be backed up to the 24. They'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
Sometimes you just sit back and marvel at what he can do defensively. Speed, strength, quickness. He's the whole package. And that package just wrapped up the runner for a loss.
And he doesn't quite make it, taking it within an eyelash. Dropped at the 1.
72 yards for him on the ground now. He has been a tough man to bring down all night. They'll run with Hall.
And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Jets.
Breece Hall
punching it in from a yard away.
And the Jets have taken the lead as they go right down the field and score on the opening drive of the second half.
Zuerlein good with a PAT. And that makes the score 14-7. Now after the touchdown, it's Zuerlein. He'll kick it away. Now a crease here as he's past the 30. And a nifty return there all the way across the 40.
That strong return has set them up nicely for this drive, and we all know the next score is going to have a major impact on this game.
Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense. Well, Charles, you and I said at intermission, feels like we're set up for a good second half. Well, the other side scored, and now it's up to them to answer. How do they respond here with their first drive of the second half?
Well, bottom line is they just saw the ball go in the end zone against their defense, and they saw what good offense looks like. They believe they've got a good offense as well. Run the best plays you got to the top performers you have, and try to move that ball down the field for an answering score.
They'll throw. Here's Rattler. He's going to let this go. Back of the end zone. And he knocks the ball away, and it falls incomplete.
I'm sure this isn't a novel thought, but maybe run some simpler routes instead of trying to get it all back in one shot. Defense certainly appears to be ready for him. Try and get it back little by little instead of in big chunks.
And this is caught inside the 5. And he'll take it into the end zone for the Saints touchdown. Juwan Johnson, 37 yards. And the Saints are an extra point away from tying this ball game here in the final moments of the third quarter. Groupie for the extra point. And we've got a good one brewing. We're all knotted up at 14. So both teams trade touchdowns, and the third as we're through 3 quarters of play. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Now this one setting up for a great finish. All tied in the 4th as the kick's away. And no run back forthcoming, so this will come out to the 30. Jets offense coming up now to start their next drive. They no longer have the lead after that last touchdown, all tied up in the 4th quarter, and a chance for this offense to mount a potential game-winning drive right here. And he'll have a gain of 3 to the 33.
You know that old expression, it's not my night? It hasn't been his so far. I don't know if the legs are a little bit heavy. Sometimes having to hang out all day and play doesn't exactly play to your advantage, but it's been a tough go for him.
And every time he looks up, somebody's there defensively. That was the same case on that play. From the 33, here's 2nd down and 7. Here's Rodgers. And this is going to be intercepted. Picked off by Will Harris. And the Saints will take over possession here up at the 44. Well, we say it often, Charles, but not all interceptions are created equally, and that is a big one here in a tie ball game in the 4th quarter.
And, Brandon, when games are this close, it usually comes down to the team making the fewest mistakes, and that was one of our mantras back at Tennessee. Coach Majors used to say all the time, the team making the fewest mistakes will win. You've got to cut those down to give yourself an opportunity.
And he'll be taken down across the 50 at the 45 in enemy territory.
Good for the Saints.
Now a 1st down carry. It's Kamara. A good space to operate there as he takes this down inside the 45-yard line. 52 yards rushing for him now, and he's carried the ball just 5 times. I tell you, they didn't give it to him much for the first 3 quarters, but when they have, he's been efficient. Maybe they ride him more here down the stretch.
Yeah, not sure it was actually in the game plan for him to have as few carries as he has, but it might play out really well for them now. As you noted, if they want to ride him down the stretch, he should have fresh legs.
And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's 2nd down.
This has certainly been a physical game so far. Limited scoring opportunities for both sides. And there's another chance that goes unfulfilled.
Another try, 2nd and 10 now. Rattler working out of the gun. And this one incomplete. Too much contact to hold on to that one, and it's 3rd down.
Well, this at least is the right idea. I think they've got to get the tight end more involved.
He had just one target in the first half, incomplete. Now incomplete here with the first target of the second half.
Yeah, should not stop them at all from going back to him, though. Find him. Find him.
Here now, third down.
Let's go.
Now Rattler. And the catch made by Johnson. And they will stop him short. They get him to the ground at the 27. No first down. Getting down to the good stuff. All tied with 2 minutes remaining on EA Sports. So the field goal unit is on the field as this is a big spot right here. This for the lead in the final stages. And this one is no good. He missed it. And a costly one there as this game remains tied here in the fourth. What a tough spot to miss a kick. Just an absolute letdown.
Look, they got themselves in the field goal range, gave them a chance to take the lead. They come up empty, and now you wonder, will their offense ever see the football again?
Yeah, because on the other side, run through the post, and this thing could be over. And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage.
That was well played there defensively. 2 tight ends in the formation, which essentially gave them 7 blockers up front. Hard to imagine with all that size and beef that they could let a tackler through, but that's exactly what happened. A loss resulted.
It's caught by Ruckert. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. Plenty of time. All 3 timeouts still remain. Here's 1st and 10 now. Clock's under a minute. Still plenty of time, partner. They have all 3 timeouts.
That means they have plenty of options in their play calling and where they target on the field. They can throw it downfield, maybe even in the middle, and use their timeouts.
That's pulled in by Wilson. And this is going to be another first down as the tackle's made at the Saints 33. A handoff for Hall.
So where'd all that running room that he had in the first half go? Because it looks like it's drying up a little bit here. Someone made some adjustments, it appears, at least on this drive.
Now they get the timeout. It leads you to wonder, will they kick it here or risk running another play and possibly not getting down in time? We'll see. So now with 6 seconds remaining, we get a timeout on the field. So it'll all come down to the booming right leg of Greg Zuerlein. His first attempt of the night here, and it's a big one. It's for the win. And the 12-year veteran knocks it right through, and it's celebration time on that sideline as they have taken the lead in the final seconds. So they tried to ice him there, but it's fair to say it did not have the intended effect.
And I've known kickers that take it as an affront. And there he says, you think you're going to rattle me? Think again.
And no run back here. That's going to be a touchback, and we'll bring it out to the 30-yard line. One final shot. They'll look to throw. Buying time to his left. This ball intercepted. Picked off by Brandon Echols. And the Jets are going to hang on the final play. They get the turnover to seal this football game. Well, CD, for the losing side, they had opportunities in this one, but big plays just didn't go their way, especially late. And they have to suffer the L here.
It certainly felt like that takeaway, once it happened, it knocked the wind out of their sails, and they just couldn't get their equilibrium back.
So that'll do it for my partner, Charles Davis, and the best darn crew in the industry. I'm Brandon Gaudin. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. From New Orleans, good night, everybody.
You can almost hear the noise coming from the nearby French Quarter. And they're being just as loud inside Caesars Superdome here in New Orleans. Here's Brandon McManus to get this one going. And we're underway in Caesars Superdome. That's going to be taken in at the 8. He's popped at the end of that one. Painful end to a real solid return there. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. From the gun, a give to Miller. And he found some running room for a nice gain. It's an 8-yard pickup, and they're going to have 2nd and 2 next.
I'm not kidding you, Kate. A run of that length at the NFL level, honestly, is the equivalent of a run of 15-plus at the high school level. It's hard in the run game to make yards, and they just got a very successful one.
After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Running once more with Miller. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage. Offense up to the line fast. Throwing is Rattler. This finds Moreau. He's still going at the 30. Now here it goes, down the right sideline. There it is, touchdown New Orleans. The Saints take a 6-0 lead right away. So a touchdown on the board for them, Brock, as they start this game off a perfect 1-for-1 offensively.
Yeah, I'm going to call that scripting for success right there. Can't do it much better than that. And listen, when you script these first plays, you don't always know who the targets are going to be. It's really then relying upon what the defense is trying to take away. They couldn't take away that big old tight end.
Blake Grupe to try the extra point. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Saints will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Here's Grupe on now to handle the kickoff. It's Keyshawn Nixon with the return. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Love going to air this out to start. Completes this one to Kraft. It's a full 40 yards on the play, Brock, and a new set of downs.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
And he'll get down to the 21-yard line before he stopped. Offense in the hurry up here. Love from the gun. Finds his man. It's Kraft. And he's going to be tackled, but still all the way down to the 6. Working quickly here. Working inside the red zone. Cut near the goal line. And this one stopped at the 3-yard line. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Jacobs. And not a lot of room for him as he's brought down. Give him 2 yards on the run, and that leaves them just inches short for 3rd down.
That offensive group really hoped he was going to get it all right there, reset it back to 1st down. But instead, defense, well, they're not going to let anything come easy. And their fight is giving them a chance to stall things out on 3rd and short.
They've held him out twice. Here we go. 3rd and goal. He tries to sneak it. And he's in for the touchdown. The Packers finish off their opening drive. Jordan Love, the touchdown. He finds his way in on the sneak. McManus there to tack on the point after. And the Packers respond with 7 of their own to tie it here early. On now is McManus to kick this away. From a couple of yards deep, this is going to come out. This isn't even going to make the 20. The coverage team gets to him.
The Saints take over 1st and 10 at their own 18-yard line.
Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. This is Alvin Kamara with it. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play. That's the end of one. Both teams with a little luck finding the end zone early. Scoreboard showing 7s on each side. Back to the Superdome of Caesar in just a bit. We're back for the 2nd quarter. Saints in possession of the football. They have 2nd down behind the sticks. Here's Rattler. Oh, he put some heat on this deep ball. Left side. Lucky that didn't end as an interception. So now it's going to be 3rd and long. Rattler. He's looking deep once again. Big gain downfield. And he breaks into enemy territory before being stopped on a huge gain. Down inside the 40 now with a 1st down following that last play. Rattler to the air now. Able to get it to Moreau. And he's going to be taken down a yard shy of the 25. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the 1st down. Now a shotgun handoff to Miller. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. 2nd and 13. Oh, not like this. An interception ends that drive. And the Packers take over after forcing the 1st turnover of this ball game.
1st and 10 at their own 28-yard line.
Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Jacobs gets it to start the drive. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
I talked to a bunch of different GMs, Kate, especially around draft time, and they all say the same thing. Linebackers are so hard to find. It's hard to transition from the college game that's in so much space to this game where you've got to play in a phone booth yet have that explosiveness to chase a play on the outside down like that linebacker just did.
So we're at the 2-minute warning here from the Superdome. The Packers pushing for a score before the break. Back to the line they go. It's second down. Shotgun now for Love. This one taken in by Krabs. And he pushes it up across the 30 before going out.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
So a tough spot now. This is 3rd and 9. Love out of the shotgun. And that's incomplete. He's going to wish he hung on to that pick there, but it's still going to bring up 4th down.
I think I could see his eyes from the booth. He was envisioning the return and simply dropped it. You've got to secure the pick before anything else.
Love throwing on 4th. This is reeled in by Reed. And he runs out of bounds at the opposing 45. They go for it on 4th down and get it in a big way, 25 yards there. Ball on the 45, 1st and 10. Love to throw again. Complete out to the right side. 16 yards on the play. And it'll be 1st down, Packers.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete.
You know, when we were growing up in the backyard, we call them alligators. 1 alligator, 2 alligator, 3 alligator. He needed another alligator in order to get that ball off. Credit the defense for forcing the incompletion.
A 2nd down throw here for Love. Has it down close. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. That one goes for 25 yards. And now they have a 1st and goal. From the red zone now. And this is going to be a Green Bay touchdown. The Packers get some late points and the lead. Christian Watson with the touchdown. They were throwing for it there, and they didn't care who knew about it, Bronk. And it turns out, hey, nothing was going to stop him either.
Yeah, there's something about an empty formation. You are declaring to a defense, other than QB draw, this ball is going to be in the air. But at the same time, you also force the defense's hand. There's only so many coverages they can play, and they just exposed them.
On now is McManus to kick this away. And it bounces out of the end zone, so they'll set up shop at the 30. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. He puts some chip. He's got it deep downfield. And he flips the field for them before being taken down. We have a timeout here. Second one taken by New Orleans. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. Throwing with a blitz on the way. He's on the move. And he's stopped just before he reaches the red zone at the 21. Now the Saints hustling people forward. They need to get set. 2nd and 1. This time they're going to get there, and they drop him. Now the offense going to take its 3rd and final timeout. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half.
You just feel this defense starting to come alive, don't you, Kate? Got their first turnover last time out. Now they put their first sack on the board. In big plays on that side of the ball, they can come in bunches. Defense sure hopes to keep this faucet going, and the offense wants to turn the spigot off immediately.
Mickey-Tomney's kick is good. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
A dependable kicker, man, that is a coach's best friend. Saves him so much stress to have a guy they can really trust to go out and hit it from that distance consistently. Because from that far out, no kick is a guarantee.
And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. Last drive of the half isn't going to be long. 14 seconds remaining. They'll turn to the ground game and just run this clock out. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play. Just before halftime, we get a timeout taken.
Hey, range is not an optional feature for middle linebackers in today's game. It's a prerequisite for the job. And this guy definitely has it. Followed that play from the start, and he ended it with a loss.
Wow, wide open here, complete. And they'll have it across midfield as he runs out.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
One last play before the break. Dom's the man in motion right. A final throw before the break. He's trying to lay it in deep. Look. This is caught. Looks like he stayed in bounds too. Great work. So that's the halfway point of this edition of the NFL on EA Sports. Brock and I will be back right after this. Back from the break, I'm Kate Scott, joined by Brock Huard, and we are just moments away from the beginning of our second half. And we'll have to wait at least a few moments longer for an exciting start to this second half. We've got a touchback. 1st and 10 now from the 30. To the air with Love. They left him wide open. It's complete. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. On 1st and 10, here's Love. Left side into the hands of Dobbs. And he's going to be brought down at the 35-yard line. Offense up to the line fast. 2nd and 3. Cut out left. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Offense in the hurry up here. First down throw. Here's Love. Throw left side, complete. And they bring him down at the 18-yard line. Working quickly here. Love from the gun. Buys time, rolling right. Got to him right as he threw it, and it falls to the ground.
Well, he needed another second to deliver the throw he wanted to. You got to give a lot of credit that time, Kate, to the pass rush for getting in and forcing him to dish it before he was ready.
No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Receiver in motion, going left. And he's brought down for a loss. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Looking to throw. Reed's got it. And they bring him down at the 18-yard line. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Looking to throw, Rattler. Ooh, he got hit as he was throwing, and unsurprisingly, it falls incomplete. 2nd down coming up. Handoff headed right, Kamara. And they limit the damage just a few yards on that game. That was Xavier McKinney that time with the tackle. Let's see what they draw up on this 3rd and 7. Now Rattler. Connects with Johnson. And he's tackled for a short gain. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. He's back to throw. Able to get it to Moreau. And he will get the first as they touch him down. That excitement brings us to the end of the quarter. They'll have a shiny new set of downs to play with to start the 4. It's the Saints' ball. They're down on the scoreboard, but things not out of hand yet. 1st and 10 now from the 30.
Striker, 3-3. Here we go. Black Ultra.
Rattler back to throw. He's going to loft one deep to the left. Brought in inside the 20. And he does quite a bit of damage before they finally take him down.
Look at the touch he put on that throw down the field. That was a masterpiece. And he was the artist behind it, laying it in the perfect spot to create the big play.
They'll run the toss to Kamara. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss. Offense up to the line fast. Here we go, 2nd and very long. Catch is made in close. It's a New Orleans touchdown. The impact this guy has had on this game, Brock, has been massive. They'd be on the comeback trail right now if it wasn't for his 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, that second one far bigger than his first when you just look at the game circumstances. Puts them in front here in the 2nd half. Puts a little jet fuel in the engines of their defense.
Pretty important PAT here, Brock, to make it a field goal game. The point after splits the uprights. And the Saints push their lead to 3. Here's Grupe on now to handle the kickoff. Nixon now to return it. Finds some space, he's past the 30. And he manages the 35 before they can stop him.
Trailing by 1 score late here, Kate. Maybe this is the return. Maybe this is what helps them get right back into a good field position now to start their most important series yet of this game.
A nice starting spot for the Packers this drive. 1st and 10 coming up. Love out of the shotgun. He beams one deep right side. This could decide things. It's intercepted. Willie Gay with the pick. And the Saints bring the interception back beyond the 40 before the tackle is made. I don't know what to be impressed by most, Brock. How effortless he made it look to throw it that deep, or how effortless the cover man made it look to get that far down there and haul in the interception.
How about we just marvel at both of them? You call a deep pass like that again on the next play, it could go to the end zone. But this time, it is a takeaway.
They get 38 out of the play.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to historic Baltimore, Maryland, and M&T Bank Stadium. Just about set for football. Blake Grupe is ready to get us started. And off we go from M&T Bank Stadium. Oh, a good return up past the 30. Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10. Now a first carry for Derrick Henry. And bulldozing his way through. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. They keep it with Henry on 1st down. And they'll get this just to the 47. 1-yard gain.
No doubt about it. A really nice job there by the defense, not allowing him to get to the perimeter. But that means your defensive ends, your outside linebackers, the guys that you pay big money to sack the quarterback, they also have to have interest in the running game as well. And they did a nice job there of holding the point of attack and not giving ground.
Give him 3 yards, and now they're left needing a conversion here on 3rd and 6. They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains. Throwing is Jackson. Flushed out right. Nothing open downfield, so he'll throw it away.
One thing you always worry about when he breaks the pocket is he going to take off with it? That time, the pressure was starting to close in, and he's just got to throw this one away.
They're going on 4th down. It's Jackson. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. John Harbaugh not afraid to go for it this time. Doesn't work out. And this defense delivers a turnover on downs on the very first drive of the afternoon. Good starting field position for them here as they come up 1st and 10 at their own 43. A first carry now. This is Alvin Kamara. They'll get this up to the 47 and brought down there. 2nd and 6. Here's Rattler. Complete. It's Johnson. And he's able to get this one down to the 40-yard line. It'll be a Saints first down on a pickup of 13.
Ready.
A give to Kamara running right. And give him 6 yards here as he stopped near the 35 at the 34. Now from the 34, here's 2nd and 4. They'll throw. Here's Rattler. He finds Austin complete. 7 yards there and a first down.
One thing you're hoping for when you run drag routes, you're able to hit a receiver in stride, and he can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before you get a good head of steam going.
And nothing much materializing there on the first down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it. Now Rattler. Out to the left. That's where the tight end Moreau is. We're scoreless after 1. The Saints with a football here to begin quarter number 2. Play number 7 coming on this drive. It's 3rd and inches. Here's Kamara trying to run for it. And he will reach the 5-yard line before going out of bounds. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
Here we go.
They'll try and run for it with Miller.
And he is in for the score. Touchdown, New Orleans. Kendre Miller. A 5-yard touchdown run. And the Saints post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this second quarter. Blake Grupe now for the extra point. And it's good as the Saints have a 7-0 lead. After the touchdown, here's Grupe to kick this one away. Now a hit and a loose football. So a teammate picking him up there, that was nearly disaster.
And the way that you coach these things, you want to make sure you have eyes towards the return guy because you want to make sure that the catch is secured. A lot of teams do that. They have at least one guy. Okay, you're responsible for making sure he secures the catch. He's not always the one that makes the recovery, but he can always sound out the alarm. Hey, ball's on the ground. We've got to get it back.
Here's Jackson. No hesitation, goes right back to Likely. And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. So in Saints territory now. Here's 1st and 10 as they're down to the 29-yard line. And he'll fight forward on the straight-ahead running for just a couple of yards. 2nd down.
And this is why aggressive defense coordinators love to blitz. It wreaks havoc because they end up taking their attention to the blitzers, freed up the D lineman to make the play.
Hey, report! Report! 180!
Here's Jackson to throw. Throw caught by Flowers. And down inside the 15, shy of the 10. His first catch, good for 16 and a first. 2 minutes on the clock, second quarter, 7-0 ball game. Now a 1st and 10 at the 11.
180!
Henry up the middle. And running room hard to come by here. He gets it down to the 8. Give him a couple on the carry there. 2nd and 8.
I do know from experience that when you slow down someone's running game, you're now doing the dictating on defense. And guess what? Now you're getting ready to tee off on their quarterback because they have to throw it all the time. But you still have to be alert for the draws and other plays of that nature and make sure you don't get hurt.
Call it a gain of 5 there on the run, but they'll remain a yard or two short here with 3rd down coming up. Now it's Jackson. And that'll be taken in by Andrews for a Ravens touchdown. The 3-yard touchdown pass. And the Ravens are on the board here in the final minute of the first half. There was no going through the progressions on that touchdown pass.
Yeah, nor was it necessary. His receiver won that route early, presented himself. No reason to wait. Go ahead and put it on him and score a touchdown.
Tucker able to connect on the extra point. And that is going to tie our game as we approach halftime. So all even at 7 now as they kick it away. And not willing to risk a return. This ball's going to come out to the 30-yard line. The Saints offense on the field ready to get their drive started. And with a little under a minute to play, they may be looking to pick up some yardage here, maybe try and come up with a field goal to seize the lead before intermission. And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. 16 yards right off the bat and a 1st down.
Any questions of how they'd approach this drive were answered right there. They come out throwing, and they get a nice pickup here toward the end of the first half.
Got a man complete to Cedric Wilson. And down he goes at the 49, a 3-yard pickup. The Saints going to call the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. And they'll come up 2nd and 7. Throwing is Rattler. He'll rifle this one deep right side. And that will be incomplete. Trying to dial up the long way out there, but it'll be 3rd down.
They went with a dime look on defense. 2 extra defensive backs on the field and covered up essentially every blade of grass. That allowed them to disrupt the play.
They'll set up the screen down to Kamara. And he's got the first down yardage before he's brought down at the 42. Now we'll get a quick timeout called by New Orleans, number 2, as the clock will stop with just under 30 seconds to go in the first half. To the air is Rattler. He's going to fire one deep left sideline.
And this is incomplete. Oh, that looked like a sure 6 points, but he could not get that to stick, and that is a golden opportunity wasted there. 2nd and 10.
Here we go. Set.
To the air once more is Rattler.
He'll find Miller. That's complete. And he's going to be taken down with the first down at the Ravens' 26. Now the Saints will use their 3rd and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward.
Here's Blake Grupe now for the Saints field goal.
On the right hash, it's a 43-yard attempt. And his kick is good. And they take the lead here now at 10-7.
Well, in a close game like this, obviously you want the touchdown, but certainly they will take the 3.
And they'll be okay with that, but let's throw a little credit to the defense as well. I'm just glad this doesn't come down to a debate, right? Which side won, partner? Because the defense, hey, we didn't give up a touchdown. The offense, hey, we put 3 on the board. Either way you look at it, I think both sides gained something out of that drive.
The Baltimore offense at the line, set to get going. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
And he'll go out near midfield at the 49. The coverage may be too good that time as he breaks away for 19 with his legs and a first down. Jackson.
That one into the hands of Flowers.
Now whistles and a timeout with 3 seconds left in the first half. So 3 seconds here remain in the half. On is the field goal unit to see about getting 3 points. They'll spot it at the 47, so call it a 57-yard attempt. And he's going to miss this one. Wide to the left from distance. It's no good. First half in the books. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. And we welcome you back live now inside the booth alongside Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin, set and ready to rock for the third quarter.
A good, tight football game thus far. 10-7 the score as we...
trying to gauge the sun, and he muffs it. And this will get out of bounds. No worries there, though. That still goes as a touchback.
Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense.
And both of these defenses have been stifling these last few drives offensively. Just not able to get anything going, so what needs to change?
I think a lot of the guys will go back and review, so to speak, because everyone has someone assigned to how did each play work. Okay, what did we use that kind of worked for us during this game? Try and get back to some of those plays, as well as the possibility of showing something you haven't shown already in this game and trying to change things up.
We'll see if they take the advice of Mr. Davis.
And that's a more than acceptable read right there because it's zone coverage, so timing is everything. This time he waits for his man to come open, puts it right on him, and they pick up a first down.
Rattler wants to throw it.
Now they go screen. It's complete. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. It's a pickup of 12. Second play in a row with a 12-yard gain.
And that's the kind of play this offense needs to maybe kick them into gear a little bit. They've been stuck in neutral much of the game. Perhaps that can give them a little bit of confidence that big plays are out there.
Being chased out left. He'll get just a yard on the scramble. It's second down. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. Wilson's got it complete. They'll wind up getting just a yard. And 3rd and 8 now.
They're in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the first down.
Ready.
Out of the gun now on 3rd down.
Pitch and catch to Moreau, the tight end. And he's able to get the first before he's taken down at the 36.
38.
He'll drop to throw. He's got room at the 30. He's got room to roam. And down to the 7-yard line. A big play that time on the catch and run. And it'll move the chains.
It's taken a while for this offense to get going. A little creaky at the start, but they're oiled up now. A nice throw there, and they're really putting together a good drive.
And Rattler, he'll throw again. Flush to his right. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's second down. A shotgun handoff now to Miller. And he's brought down right at the 5-yard line. Give him 2 on the play. This has been a long drive. You got to figure a field goal would be a letdown. Can they convert now on 3rd and goal? They'll look to throw for it with Rattler. Forced out to his left. To the goal line, but it's incomplete.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up. Not that time. And his kick here is good. And the lead stretches to 6 here. It's 13-7. Well, looking at it from a defensive perspective, that keeps the deficit very, very manageable. You know, all things considered, not a bad job on the defensive side.
I would say that you've pointed out something pretty good right there, and that is you actually have both sides happy with that exchange. You know, happy in quotes, of course. One team, hey, we've kept it within range. The other side saying, hey, we put points on the board and did stretch out the lead. Let's see how this one turns out.
Yeah, still bottom line, though, 3 points for the opening drive of the 3rd quarter. And this should be the final play before the quarter ends. They'll try and get the run game going. This is Henry. And he'll be taken down after a decent gain, and that will bring us to the end of this 3rd quarter of play. We have played 3 quarters. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Line of scrimmage, the 24. This is 2nd and 6. Inside handoff, Henry. And he'll be tackled right on the chalk of the 45. 50 yards rushing now on 8 carries for him so far. They couldn't ask for much more to this point in the second half. A gorgeous day, one-score game. 1st and 10 here. Again, it's Henry. And he'll power his way forward for about 4 yards there on the 1st down carry.
The defense thought they had that play covered, but it still got driven backward by those blockers. Those types of plays are a key part of any team's offensive game plan. It all starts up front in the trenches.
10th carry now for Derrick Henry. And good space to operate there as he takes this down inside the 35-yard line. The Ravens get a new set of downs, give them 17 on that pickup.
Another carry for their leader and a good one. It's crunch time. They'll need him to continue to be productive in both the run and passing game in order for them to try and snatch a victory.
All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Here's 1st and 10. Again to Henry. And he'll fight forward on the straight-ahead running for just a couple of yards. 2nd down.
This drive is pretty clear. Almost feels like old-school fundamentals, doesn't it? Want to impose their will on the defense. What's that, 5 straight runs?
Yeah, 5 straight carries to start this drive. And like you said, the way it's working, they may just stick with it. 2nd down, 8 yards to go. They'll try the right side with Henry. And only able to get 2 here. Stopped at the 30. But not much on that run, Charles.
No, that's exactly the way to execute a run blitz there. They guessed correctly that they would move the ball on the ground. honed in on it and stopped them. Mark that down for a win in the defense's column.
Throwing, Jackson dancing to his left. And he can't get a throw away. He's taken down. Finally hauled down for the first time this game. Multiple defenders in there to drop him. Here we go. This is fourth down. Here we go. It's Jackson on fourth down. He's got his target. That's complete. And he is going to have a Ravens first down. And that was something else. A big pickup on fourth and long to give them a new set of downs. Now the Ravens going to use one of their timeouts as they get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining in the fourth. Jackson. That is caught inside the 5. And the Ravens are looking at first and goal as he's tackled all the way down at the 2-yard line. Henry will take this into the end zone. It's a Ravens touchdown. They got the dramatic score to tie the game here late fourth quarter. Now all eyes resting on the foot of one man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Your brother called me before the game. That's his guy in fantasy. He needs this one badly.
So they're not home yet. Still a critical extra point here to break the tie. And they have got the lead. Tucker now to kick it away following the touchdown. And that's going to skip into the end zone for a touchback. This is 1st and 10.
Red cycle. Here we go.
He's back to throw. Now a desperation throw deep downfield. And that is incomplete. Took a shot there on first down, but he couldn't reel it in. Here's second down.
Let's go now. Ready?
Back to throw. He's going to let it fly. And it's knocked away and incomplete. So after all of this, it comes down to one final play.
And just think of what it's going to be, because from this distance, you got to be prepared for everything. Hook and laterals, tip balls, you name it.
Well, this is taken in. It's complete. Well, it took us until the final play, Charles, to officially decide a winner. Although on that last play they were so backed up, it would have taken a miracle, and they couldn't get that miracle done.
Well, I like how you stayed with it, because we both knew that this had to go down to the last play, and neither side was going to exhale until that play concluded, because we've seen the improbable before. A couple of laterals, maybe some poor defense on the back end. They might have gone all the way to the
We are down on the Bayou as you get a look inside the Superdome here in New Orleans. Here's the kicker, Jake Bates, ready to get this one started.
And we are underway from the Superdome. And they're going to have poor starting field position as he's out of bounds at his 10-yard line.
That return, it will not be on the postseason highlight reel. If you're the offensive coordinator, you've just changed your play calling because you thought you might have some field to work with. Instead, now, you've got to call plays that won't make mistakes.
They begin on the ground with Kamara. And he'll take this one only up to about his 13-yard line.
Here's 2nd and 7. Here's Rattler.
He'll let it fly for Austin. And got his man complete. And he'll be taken down, but not before they reach the 50. A big pickup of 38.
This offense has come out swinging here in the early going. They pick up a nice chunk on that pitch and catch. And the two of them have this offense moving in the right direction to start this game.
It's brought in by Wilson. And he'll be out just a yard or two shy of the 30. They move the ball over 50 yards between this play and the last one. From the 32 now, here's 1st and 10. They'll give it up the middle to Miller.
And an excellent job of finding the opening as he's got this now all the way down to the 22. They'll throw. Here's Rattler.
Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
Well, a momentary speed bump there with that throw, partner. The defense had other ideas, and they're trying to mount a small stand before this drive reaches the end zone.
Here's 2nd and 10.
Here we go, set. Blue striker. Set, cut.
Now Rattler.
Throw left side complete. That's Johnson. They get 7 out of that, so they're left with a 3rd and 3.
That's a gain of 7. Brings up 3rd and 3.
They go back to the ground now with Miller. And he'll be tackled about 2 yards shy of the line to gain. A 1-yard pickup leads to 4th down.
When we talk about defenders, specifically linebackers, keeping their eyes in the right spot, he had that eye down the entire time.
And you know that's not easily done because they throw a lot of misdirection at you. They try and fool you and get your eyes in the wrong place. But you're right about that one. He correctly figured that one out and made a really nice play.
That was a long, sustained opening drive, but in the end, only able to get 3 the field goal out of it.
And absolutely, you'll take the points and the early leads. You never get those back. But there will be a little bit of disappointment that they didn't punch it in for 6 after that kind of yardage and that kind of drive that they had.
And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. Goff and this Lions offense set for a 1st and 10.
At their own 27. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive.
That's caught. It's Sam Laporta.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. 1st down yardage on the first play of the drive, 14 yards. Play action. It's Goff.
And that's to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
And he's going to get this all the way down inside the 35. A good pickup there, 26 yards.
Well, I think when they look at their offense, they think to themselves, weapons, weapons everywhere.
The Lions with the football here to begin the second quarter, as they've got it with a 1st and 10. They will run for the first time with David Montgomery. And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up. Here's a 2nd and 8. Now a play fake, and it's gone. That pass caught. It's Williams. And this is going to be another 1st down as the tackle's made at the Saints' 13-yard line. Montgomery on the counter. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11. Here's Goff. He fights him off, escaping the pressure. But in the end, the pressure too great, and he goes down. Second quarter, 2 minutes remain. 3-0 our score. Seventh play of this drive coming up, but a long way to go on 3rd down. They'll fake the give. Now Goff. And he'll get into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit. Sam Laporta from 21 yards away. And the Lions have taken the lead.
And that drive we just saw that culminated in a touchdown, exactly what many offenses are looking for. Sustained ones that can impose their will on the other team.
No going for 2. They'll kick the point after. And this is up and good to make it 7-3. Here are the Lions now as they line up and kick this one away. And just shutting him off there. And they're going to start this drive in pretty good shape as they get it up past the 30. The Saints offense on the field ready to get their drive started. And after the field goal last time, we'll see what they can get here. At least they got points out of the last drive, Charles.
I've never met an offensive coach that didn't want to drive to end with a kick. Most of them wanted to end with a PAT, right? In this case, a field goal, they'll take it. Way better than the alternative, which is a punt.
Yeah, but you met fan bases that wanted that, that weren't happy with that field goal.
I haven't met a fan base yet that wants to drive to end with a kick, other than the extra point. That's it.
Throwing is Rattler. And the timing a bit off that time as that one falls to the ground. Not sure what happened out there, but it looked like the timing was a little off on that throw.
Well, you know I'm a defender, so what am I going to say?
Great defense.
Darn right. They did something to disrupt that timing.
Now a 2nd and 10.
52. Ready.
And they'll run it from the gun with Miller. 5 yards. Now it's 3rd and 5.
He's brought down at the 39-yard line. It's a gain of 1.
To the air is Rattler. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he is going to have a Saints 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33.
1st and 10 at the 33-yard line.
They're going to look to throw. Got his man complete over the middle. It's Johnson. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. Juwan Johnson, 33 yards. And the Saints will take the lead here in the final minute of the 1st half. Blake Grupe now for the extra point. And it's through, and that makes the lead 10-7. After the touchdown, here's Grupe to kick this one away.
And it'll come out to the 25. Raymond will elect not to bring it out. The Detroit offense ready to begin their drive. With this slim deficit closing in on the end of the first half, we'll see if they can move this at least into field goal range and try to get 3 out of this drive. And defensively, they're just looking to keep him contained as they're able to get him down. The Lions will use the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 34 seconds to go before halftime. Goff now looking to throw. That went out wide and intercepted. Loose inside the 30. And a huge return as he'll take this one all the way down inside the 30-yard line. An unfortunate sequence there, trying to get points before intermission, but now the interception, and their opponents have a chance to possibly pad their lead.
Yeah, they had an opportunity there, and they weren't able to capitalize on it, and that's something that could come back and haunt them later. They're begging their defense now to keep them from scoring before the half ends.
And a nice stiff arm that opens room to run. But he's down inside the 5 at the 4 before he's out of bounds. 23 yards, the final tally.
And that's not a play that you see all that often at the start of a drive, but some teams, they don't mind doing it. And that one, well sold by the offensive lineman. They showed the pass, and then they got out into space, able to get some good blocks downfield and allow the play to be successful.
Here we go. Black shot. Ready?
Now back to throw. And it's caught. Touchdown, Saints. Foster Moreau in the final seconds of the first half. And the Saints will extend their lead here just before halftime. Groupie able to add the PAT. And his guys will take a 10-point lead. So just 8 ticks remaining here in the first half as they'll kick this one away. And not wanting to risk anything here late in the half, he'll just take a knee and they'll bring the football out to the 25. The Lions offense ready to kick off their next drive. And with 8 seconds on the clock, really not a lot of time to try to put anything together. And an anxious moment or two there, but they do get him down. Now whistles and a timeout with 3 seconds left in the first half. A final shot before break here. Goff. He's going to throw one up for the end zone. And it's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect. Time for a break. We've hit halftime. 2 quarters down. 2 still remain. We step aside. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back. Charles and I settled into the booth, ready for quarter number 3. A 10-point game, 17-7 the score as we get back to it on EA Sports. And here comes a return from a few steps into the end zone. Gibbs gets popped and he loses the football. The Detroit offense ready to begin their drive. By no means certainly are they out of this contest. 2-score game start of the third quarter, but you feel like if they don't get points and then they give up points, then it can become a slippery slope. This feels like an important possession.
Yeah, and that slope becomes even more slick if you come away empty-handed on this drive, because then you give them a chance to extend their lead. You need some kind of points here, even if it's just a field goal. It's what I call one of those calming drives, try and slow things down a little bit.
That is caught. It's Williams. Touchdown, Detroit. Jameson Williams, 55 yards. And the Lions come right out of the locker room and score here in the opening minute of the third quarter.
As a fan, is there anything prettier than a well-executed post route?
No, it's a thing of beauty, especially when it's done like that for a touchdown.
The throw, the catch, and how about the run after to get it to the end zone?
Point after, right down the middle. And the lead's down to a field goal at 17-14. Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. And no chance to see a return on the dynamic kickoff. They'll move this out to the 30-yard line. Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense. And maybe some renewed pressure on this unit following the touchdown a moment ago. It's back to a one-score game.
And because of that pressure, because it's now a one-score game, they know this is where you need to slow the momentum change, because otherwise that could overrun your team. You got to be careful right here.
And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped. Getting it to him in space pays off big time. That winds up going for 31. So the ball moves into Lion territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line. Trying the left side with Kamara. Gets through, and now an opening down the left sideline. And he'll take it into the end zone for the Saints touchdown. Alvin Kamara, 39 yards. And the Saints are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. Boy, missed tackles continuing to plague this defense, and they surrender another big play and a touchdown here.
Yeah, by my count, at least 2 guys had shots at it, maybe even more than that. But this defense, they've looked out of sorts all game long. That was definitely not one of their better efforts right there.
After the touchdown, here's Grupe to kick this one away. And we'll see a return here from the end zone. And he's going to be out of bounds on the return. Not a great return. They'll start back around the 17. The Lions offense ready to kick off their next drive. They did what they had to do to start this third quarter. Went down, got the touchdown to cut the lead, but the matching touchdown a moment ago, and we're right back where we started at halftime.
Yeah, you're exactly right, partner. They had a little bounce in their step after scoring that first touchdown, but the defense gave one up, and that's the problem right now. Can they get better play from their defense while they continue to score on offense?
Off play action. Here's Goff. Williams brings it in. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. Back-to-back good plays have them on the move on first down. From the gun, here's Goff. And that's hauled in by St. Brown over the middle. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. They'll fake the handoff. Now Goff. He lets this one fly toward the back of the end zone. That is incomplete.
And that's where you're counting on a receiver's size being an advantage. They were hoping he could go to the top of a smaller DB and haul that one in. A good thought, but that time it didn't work out.
To throw is Goff. And that'll be caught. It's St. Brown. And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds. So from inside the 20, here's 1st and 10 at the 18. To the air again. Goff. Try to get it to Williams, but it's intercepted. Picked up by the linebacker, Demario Davis. And the Saints are going to take over at their own 13-yard line. Boy, he had to fit that into a pretty tight window over the middle. And, Charles, I think they were in zone defensively, weren't they?
They certainly were. Nice read on your part. And sometimes the quarterback isn't fooled between zone and man. Sometimes just fooled by the type of zone that he sees. Because oftentimes, those linebackers will vacate and run downfield with receivers. In this case, he
rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Carlton Davis picks it. And the Lions will have solid field position here as they take over at their 45-yard line. The Detroit offense ready to begin their drive. They'll start following the interception in great field position at the 45.
Trying to shake off the interception. He'll look to throw. It's caught inside the 25. Touchdown, Detroit.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
55 yards.
And the Lions are able to get a score back in the final stages of this third quarter.
Well, this is exactly where I expect teams to take a shot. Right after a turnover, you count on the defense being a little bit jumbled coming out on the field, maybe catch them back on their heels, and that's exactly what they did there. They threw it downfield and really created a big play.
Yeah, you said jumbled. They were the definition of jumbled defensively. One play and into the end zone.
So the lead shaved to 2 now as the kickoff is away. And they're going to wind up with pretty good starting field position as they get it up past the 35. The Saints offense on the field ready to get their drive started. Pretty important third quarter drive for them. Momentum has sort of shifted the other direction after that last touchdown as they nurse this small lead. And that's caught inside the 30. And he'll take it into the end zone for the Saints touchdown. Cedric Wilson, 63 yards. And the Saints are able to extend their lead in the final seconds of this third quarter. A point after, good by Grupe. And that makes this a 9-point game.
After the touchdown, here's Grupe to kick this one away. And a pretty slick return there. Almost got it to the 45. Officially, they'll call him down at the 44.
It's the third quarter, and they're down on the scoreboard. And while no one wants to hit the panic button just yet, points are a necessity on this drive. What a great way to get set up.
They'll let this go deep for St. Brown.
And that one incomplete. They tried to sneak in a deep ball with the clock running down. After the incomplete pass, here now is 2nd and 10.
Straight ahead with Gibbs here.
And he gets this to the other side of midfield across the 45 before going out. First down Lions on a pickup of 13.
Most of their damage has been done through the air. I mean, they've rung the bell 3 times with passing touchdowns, but guess what? Ground game has not been neglected. Nice little burst right there.
Going back to Gibbs on first down.
And down to the 36-yard line here.
Ball on the 36 now. Here's 2nd down and 3.
There's Goff.
He's going to let this go. Back of the end zone.
And that is caught. Touchdown, Detroit.
Jamison Williams.
His 2nd touchdown of the night.
And the Lions have made it a one-score game again here in the 4th.
I know Paul Revere talked about by land or by sea, right? You know, 1 by land, 2 by sea. He didn't mention air because right now we're seeing a big-time performance, aren't we? That's 2 touchdowns so far in this game.
Where'd you pull that one from?
And, you know, every now and then I actually listened in history class.
And you're just a scholar all the way around. You're reading all the time. I like that you fit the
And this is caught. So they took a chance, but they are back within a single point here in the fourth. So they go with a pass, and it works there on the two-point try. Charles, just in general, what are your thoughts passing versus running on two-point conversion? Situational?
It is situational, and you have to know your team. What is your strength? Because so many people think you have to throw the ball in a two-point conversion, but the stats will tell you that running it is about as proficient. So know your team and go to your strength.
And a nice job there on special teams to limit him to inside the 15 as he's dropped at the 14. Getting set for their next drive, the New Orleans offense. This has been whittled down to a one-point game now, and things are really starting to avalanche against them. What's the message here before the first snap offensively?
Well, the message is you want your team to be smart, but you don't want your team to be tight. And that's where they are right now. Remember, they're still up one. So let's go out there, execute our offense, execute the game plan, and the goal is make that 1 point of lead at least a 7-point lead at the end of this drive.
Rattler wants to throw it.
And look at this. They get the turnover they needed. It's intercepted. And he will bring it back. An interception return for a Lions touchdown. This game, it's been defensively oriented on both sides, so I guess it stands to reason that the play of the game comes on defense.
Well, it's my kind of game. You know that. Anytime we have a defensive battle, but that, as you said, it stands to reason that's the way the game tilted. Someone had to make a big play, and the way the defenses were dominating, that's exactly what we got.
They'll try and run it here. And he will get into the end zone for the 2 points, and that helps. That gives him a 7-point lead. So they'll get another shot on offense following that pick six. And now the kick is away.
And we will not have a return. They'll bring this to the 30. The Saints offense on the field, ready to get their drive started. And can they regroup? That's the question. The pick six hurt, no doubt, but this is still a one-score game here in the fourth. Finding Taysom Hill complete. And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. That's a good way to start the drive. 17 yards and a first down.
I like the design that we're seeing right there. This is what they need. Down by a touchdown here in the fourth. They just need to keep working their way downfield. And when they see openings, take their shots.
And he's going to get it across the midfield stripe into Lion territory. From the 48-yard line, here's 2nd and 5. Here's Rattler.
Steps away to his left. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. Nothing open downfield. He keeps it himself for 11 and a first down.
First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
They'll throw. Here's Rattler.
Buying time to his left. And his throw's going to be incomplete.
Well, no surprise there. He was looking for one of his favorite targets again as soon as he left the pocket. But the coverage was good downfield. They got right to the receiver and helped prevent that completion.
Now Rattler.
They'll set up the screen now to Kamara. And he'll be brought down at the 27-yard line. We've got a one-score game with inside of 2 minutes remaining.
But just a gigantic play here, both sides. This is 3rd and inches.
Here's Kamara trying to run for it. Oh, what a move. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, New Orleans. Alvin Kamara with his 2nd touchdown of the night.
And the Saints are an extra point away from tying this game here in the final minutes.
They do tack on the extra point as well. And, partner, we've got a tie game here in the fourth.
Now this one setting up for a great finish. All tied in the fourth as the kick's away. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. They'll come up 1st and 10 here. Goff. This will be incomplete. Oh, a dream chance for a D lineman, but he couldn't pull that one in.
The way he's throwing the football today, almost a surprise when he doesn't complete a pass like happened there, but he needs a few more to get his guys downfield.
Well, the way he's thrown it leads him to believe that he's going to get those completions. And that means the guys going out for passes, they'll run even harder because they expect it as well.
And he's going to be hemmed in and brought down right at the line of scrimmage.
Goff now to throw. St. Brown on the catch.
And almost, but not quite. Needed 10. He got 9. 4th down.
They go ahead and snap it. Goff. That is caught. On the move past the 40. Big strides. Look at him go.
And that's a touchdown as they've broken our tie here in the final minute of the fourth.
Well, that's a heck of a response to regain the lead after we had seen the touchdown to tie the game.
I would say what we just saw there was a great amount of poise, because typically when teams tie the game up, it's a little bit of a, how would you say, you kind of take a step back and have to get yourself regrouped. They regrouped in a hurry, didn't they? They attacked back after they'd been tied.
And in a big way, that was a statement-long touchdown.
Extra point right down the middle, and they will take a 7-point lead. Here are the Lions now as they line up and kick this one away.
Oh, and a nice return, but he takes a big shot at the end of it. Here's 1st and 10.
Here we go.
He's back to throw.
Catch made, it's Moreau.
The Saints going to call the first of their timeouts as they stop it here with just under 40 seconds to go in the game.
2 timeouts still available in this final minute. It's 1st and 10 now.
He'll look to throw. Being chased out left. Now a desperation throw deep downfield.
Oh, and that's going to sabotage their comeback plans. It is intercepted. Picked off by Kirby Joseph. And the Lions have just about sewn up this football game.
Certainly not what he was hoping for, Charles. That's now 3 interceptions in this ball game.
But there's a lot of knowledge to be gleaned every time you throw an interception if you do things the right way. And hasn't there been a pretty darn good quarterback along the way who threw a lot of interceptions early, learned from them, and became great later?
Who would that be?
That'd be one Peyton Manning. Threw 28 his rookie year. That's the NFL record. How'd things turn out for him?
I think